Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, March 17th of 2021. This is the East Aurora Union Free School District Board of Education meeting. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public will not be permitted to attend tonight's board meeting. The Board of Education is attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The meeting can be viewed via live stream tonight at www.eastaurora.schools.org/BOEMTG live or via the link on our main district webpage. In addition, the meeting will be transcribed. It is being recorded and it will be transcribed at a later date and posted on our website. For anyone who has comments or statements that would ordinarily be read during visitors' comments, we ask that those get emailed to BOE@eak12.org prior to 6:45 this evening. and either myself or the district clerk will read those during visitors' comments. I'm going to call the reading to order and ask you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, which is one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, may I have a motion to enter executive session to discuss the employment history of 6 particular employees, 2 matters related to pending litigation, and the collective bargaining with the East Aurora Administrators Association.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Jessica, seconded by Dan Brunson. Discussion. Brian, that's all we had on for executive session, correct?
Yep, that's it.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 6-0. I'm going to ask you all to follow the link to the executive session that was sent to you yesterday. Good evening, everyone. This is the East Aurora Union Free School District Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, March 17th, 2021. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. We are returning from executive session where we discussed the employment history of 6 particular employees, 2 matters relating to pending litigation, and the collective bargaining with the East Aurora Administrators Association, and we added on the East Aurora collective bargaining with the East Aurora Civil Service Association. I remind folks that as a result of the pandemic, we are doing this meeting remotely via Google Meet. And we did ask in advance of the meeting for folks to send any letters that they wanted read during visitors' comments, for those letters to come in by 6:45 this evening. I've received 4 letters in advance of tonight's meeting. Ms. Whopper, any additionals in the intervening time from when we started?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then any agenda changes, Brian?
No, they're not.
No. All right. There's no immediate items requiring board action. We are on item 6 on our agenda, the superintendent's comments.
Yeah, I just would like to just thank Lisa Brown. Lisa Brown is has 2 roles for us. One is our wellness coordinator. Normally she's an elementary teacher at Parkdale, and this year she's a teacher on special assignment in our technology department. And just want to thank her for what she's been doing. Most recently, she's been able to coordinate a vaccination clinic for our employees, where Size Pharmacy, we're very grateful, will be coming down to school and setting up the clinic at our middle school for all of our employees who have not yet had a chance to be vaccinated. So that's a really big, I hate to say it, shot in the arm to move us forward in terms of vaccinating the majority of our staff members, and just creating a safer space as we move forward with hopefully reducing the social distance and being able to come back full time at some point in time, either this year or for the fall. And so that's a really big step forward, and she worked really hard on that to make it happen. She's also put together kind of an anniversary video of what we've been through, and she did just a great job trying to stay focused on recognizing all the difficulties that we have had, but also the positive things that have come from this, and the progress that we've been able to make. And so she shared that with the entire staff, and I think it was something that was just really well received and appreciated. And she's also coordinated today a wellness day. We usually have a wellness day every spring for our staff. And it's been very well received. It's got to be about 5 years that we've been doing it. This year we had to, with all the issues that we're facing, was really difficult because there's a lot of activities around yoga and wellness and those types of things. So what she did is she coordinated 10 to 15 minute online activities throughout the day that people could join into around wellness. Coordinated a luncheon for our people, and so she's just done a really great job. I just wanted to thank her for all her time and effort, and she's doing a great job as our new technician and supporting the teachers, and especially with all the requirements around Google and Google Classroom. She has really been a great resource for our teachers to expand their own capacities, and engaging with our students online. So I just wanted to thank her for everything that she's done for us lately. And again, I guess that right now I've got a lot to share, but I'll share that as the meeting goes on.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Moving on to board presidents, board member comments and committee reports. I don't have anything this evening. Jessica, do you?
Yes, yesterday evening, I had the opportunity to join Mrs. Olweiler, Mr. Brunson, and Mrs. Danu at Parkdale for a tour to get a sense of the space in the buildings as we look at what may or may not be changing with our guidance from CDC and the state. So thank you to Ms. Lyons and Mr. Russ for accommodating and letting us back in the building. It was a really great opportunity and very informative, and it gives us a good sense of what we're looking at. It was as we look at our possibilities and our challenges moving forward. So thank you.
Just Terry O'Weiler.
No, I just would like to reiterate what Jessica said and thank Jessica and Brian for letting us go into the building. It was really interesting. Dan and I said when we got there first how weird it was to actually be back into a school building. And I do want to say that the new greeters desk looks amazing. So Doug, for all you did with the greeters desk and anyone else who helped, it looked absolutely amazing. So thank you for that. It was really interesting just to see each one of the classrooms and to see the spacing of how many desks actually fit into these classrooms. And for the most part, each classroom had about 10 desks situated 6 feet apart. So it was just nice for us to actually get into a school and see what the teachers are dealing with, what the students are dealing with. So thank you for allowing us to do that.
Judy Malice.
I have nothing. Thank you.
All right, John Seghetti.
Nothing here either. Thank you.
Kim Daniel.
I would just echo what Terry and Jess said. It was extremely helpful, and it was nice to be able to go into the building, but thank you for letting us do that. It did give us a better feel for, what we're dealing with in this, difficult time. So thank you.
Dan Brunson.
Thank you. Yes, I feel the same way about the visit. I thought it was wonderful and an opportunity for a board committee to get together in real life person. Perhaps that portends for the future of all kinds of activities in the district getting back to normal again. I hope that will be the case. Also, we had a good meeting of the Finance Committee, which we'll talk about a little later tonight. One of the things that came from that was a request which we made regarding hanging on to these budget books for a little longer, so that we don't have to turn them in immediately, since they just arrived a few minutes ago at our homes. We asked if we could possibly keep them until the beginning of next week, which would still give plenty of time for the business people to renew them before they deliver them again. So we're hoping that we'll be able to hang on to these books for a little longer so that we can pour over the details associated with the budget. Thank you.
And I have to confess, I did not leave mine outside in time for the pickup this
Oh.
morning last time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think it was about 1 a.m. when I went out there to hang it on the door with a little bit of trepidation, actually. I thought, but
Dan, the binder, I think they're not going to pick it up until Monday morning. So we do have
Great.
some more time.
Yeah,
that's
Joanne,
great.
go ahead. Jo-
Yeah. Thank you.
Each board member will be receiving an email from Jackie regarding the pickup on Monday.
Okay. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank
And
you.
Dan, did you have anything else before you had mentioned the Finance Committee, which we'll talk about later, but I didn't mean to cut you off if you had more.
No,
comments.
that's all I had. When we get to talking about the budget, I'm sure that we'll all have some significant things to say. We're very hopeful that this is going to be a good budget and that it's going to be supported by the community and it's going to be reasonable. I am hopeful. I think it will be.
Fair enough. Thank you. Moving on to administrators' comments. Down the list, Mark Mambretti, anything separate for this evening?
No, you'll hear enough from me later on, so we're all set. Thank you.
Joanne George? Nope.
None at this time.
Cindy Marinaccio.
I don't have anything tonight.
All right. Jessica Lyons?
Nope, all set for tonight.
Matt Brown?
I do have a couple of things. Can you all hear me? I'm having some issues. All right, good.
Yeah.
First of all, I just wanted to thank the middle school PTO. We are going to have the entire student body go ice skating next week over at the Healthy Zone. So Matt Leibrock and I went over there and toured, and they have some incredible safety features in place, all of their protocols. And we're going to bring the students over in groups of about 50 or 60, one grade level at a time, for the blue group and the red group. And we've invited our remote students to attend as well. So we're really excited because this is really the first time that we've been able to do that fun, the typical normal thing that we would do in a school year. So we're very excited about that. And the PTO has sponsored it, and we just want to thank them. So students are pumped about that. And the other thing I wanted to just share with you, the LEAP experience, which was formerly known as the honors experience for our 8th graders. I haven't talked about it much this year. It is up and running. We have over 40 students in it. And last Monday night, they had their passion project presentations. And it was incredible to see the students up. We did it live streaming, and Dennis helped us out, and he was incredible as well. But I'm just so proud of our 8th grade students and the way that they've really stepped up their game through these times. And their passion projects are going to be very special this year. So I look forward to that capstone event. We're not sure what it will look like. We're hoping that we can do a live portion of it, and all of that's in the mix right now, but I will be sure to let you know. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. You said the skating event. I'm excited about, the opportunity to bring back some of those social activities for the kids, because I know that's one of the things that has been impacted significantly for our students. Are you expecting sort of additional ones as you head in through the last stretch here in the last quarter?
Yes, we are. Our Spirit Club and our Student Council, that's their charge. So each grade level is planning a special event in the spring, hope at least one, possibly more. We have some ideas for our 8th grade students to really celebrate them, but we're definitely in those early planning stages right now.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep, you're welcome.
Matt Leibrock?
Just wanted to let you know.
You had a big hat earlier today.
I guess I'll have to get into character here. So I wanted to let you know from Parkdale, Maple Joe joined us about 2 weeks ago, and we brought the kindergartners outside a few classes, and he showed the kids how to tap a maple tree and explain the process of how the sap eventually turns into syrup that they can put on their pancakes. So if you drive by Parkdale along the old wing near the kindergarten rooms, you'll see blue bags hanging from the trees. And they're collecting the sap right now. And it's actually going to be boiled down, and it'll be turned into syrup, and then it's entered into a scholastic competition. In the past, Parkdale has placed 4th out of about 100 schools. So we got some good sap in those trees. So we're hoping to finish well again this year. So we're thankful for Ashley Howe for setting that up for our kindergartners and letting them have that experience.
That's fun. Thanks.
Okay. I'm finished.
Mr. Roberts.
Good evening, everyone. Just a brief comment tonight. I wanted to congratulate high school teachers Jeff Shelley, Randy Evans, and Rich Walton. They applied to the East Aurora Education Foundation and for a grant entitled High School Weather Station. And the grant includes installing and supporting a 24/7 weather station at East Aurora High School, which replaces the one from 2001 that is no longer working. And the weather station will display or have display screens not only at the high school, but also at the middle school and at Parkdale. So we're excited to get this new weather station up and running. And I want to thank Mr. Brunson and his leadership with the Educational Foundation and all of the foundation members for their continued support and in a unique grant that's going to benefit all three schools. So thank you, Mr. Brunson, and thank you to the foundation, and congratulations to Jeff, Randy, and Rich.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I had gotten that email, and really a great opportunity for those folks. We appreciate them doing that. Travis Moore.
Yeah, just a couple things along the same vein as Matt Brown. Our clubs and activities have been trying to host some events to give social opportunities and community building in the high school. So our adventure club had a hike and a bonfire last week. The Student Gov hosted a badminton tournament that was really well attended and a lot of fun. And the National Honor Society had a freshman scavenger hunt around the high school where they sent the freshmen around and in teams and in cohorts, and there was some racing around the school to find some various things in the building. Another cool thing, the PTO partnered with, so that the new Chick-fil-A that opened on Transit was opened by a EA alum, Andrew Privatera, and so they partnered with him to provide some nice lunches for students in each class. So our freshman class this week is getting some Chick-fil-A lunches courtesy of Andrew Privatera, our EA alum, and the PTO, which is just awesome. Just a boost to the students as they get the surprise of the fun lunch in the building. So those are a few things that have happened in the high school in the past couple weeks.
Thank you. Hey, Jessica, I'm just going to backtrack to you a second for Parkdale. Are you anticipating running some social activities at the elementary level too between now and moving forward to the end of the year?
Yes, we have a lot of ideas planned. Nothing's solidified yet, so I didn't want to share anything. Plus, we're meeting with we don't have clubs at the middle and high school, so it's just on the adults to plan it in the PTO. So we have a PTO meeting next Wednesday. So we have a bunch of ideas. We just need to run by them to make sure they're okay supporting those in different ways. So there's a lot up and coming for different grade levels. We can't take field trips so much. So we're thinking of different walking field trips or different activities we can just do on the Parkdale grounds. So they will be coming soon. They're in the works.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then Doug Wicks.
I'm all set tonight. Thanks.
All right. Did I miss anyone? Moving on to visitors' comments. This is the point in the meeting where visitors can address the Board of Education. We did receive, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, 4 letters. All of them came in today. So I'm going to go through those now. The first came from Deborah Schmielowitz. Dear Board of Education and Mr. Russ, first, I want to express how pleased I am that Parkdale will soon be open for in-person learning starting April 15th. Thank you for listening to the parents and helping our kids get more in-person learning opportunities. In East Aurora, we love our teachers. Putting our kids in front of these amazing people more time per week will help all our kids, especially those kids like mine who are struggling with the remote learning schedule. With that said, I would like clarification on a few points regarding the middle school and high school Wednesday schedule. Are there plans to return those students back to in-person learning on Wednesdays following a red-blue schedule rotation? If so, when would those students be able to return to school? If not, could you kindly provide the reason as to why our middle schoolers and high schoolers would not be able to benefit from more time in the classroom? As for the reopening plan for the rest of the year and the fall, if the New York State Department of Health or the Erie County Department of Health, at this point, no one seems sure who is responsible for this decision, changes the 6-foot social distance requirement to 3 foot, would this allow us to open in its entirety If the change were made next week, for example, would we be able to reopen the schools by mid-April? Is there a plan in place in the event this does happen? Finally, I would also like to ask one question regarding the budget presentation from the last board meeting. Could you kindly provide the new or restored salaries that are included in your salaries projection for the 21-22 school year? Specifically, what teaching or administrative positions would you like to add for next year? Thank you. My best, Deb Schmielowitz. Both the return to school, the hybrid discussion, the what the plan is for next year, and the budget are on later in our agenda this evening. So stick with us, and we hope your questions are answered as we move forward. Next is a letter from Jamie Emick. Dear members of the Board of Education, we are officially past 1 year of being closed, 1 year of lack of social interaction, 1 year of mental health issues, 1 year being out of a normal classroom setting, 1 year of our children having their life and futures ripped away from them. I am writing you today again to ask what we are doing to reopen schools immediately. To be very honest, I have given up hope for this year. I have my children, as have many other parents in the district. We have lost faith that this board is pushing for our children's right to obtain a free and public equal education. Hybrid is not equal. Our district has sunk to the far bottom, offering limited hybrid learning regardless of what graphic the board wants to entertain us with proving our children are hitting benchmarks. Now to receive an equal education, you must move to a town that holds school in person. What are you forcing parents to do? Move? Pay more out of pocket for private school? Try and enroll in other districts in the area? The district is putting parents in uncomfortable positions to make and plan for our children's future. Those children inside other districts' classrooms are excelling far beyond the limited benchmarks provided last Board of Education meeting. It is a disgrace that our Board of Education puts in the efforts to prove their method is working rather than making changes to better it. Our children are lacking social, mental, and physical benchmarks, but I have not seen a report on that from our district. I have repeatedly asked that the district survey the parents on how hybrid is working for their children and as a whole family, especially since we have the children in our environment more than the teachers do. It seems this is not a priority. I refuse to give up pushing for normalcy in the fall of 2021. There is no reason we should not be pushing for this and actively planning on doing so. Normalcy is opening 5 days a week, in person, full of social interactions, activities, and engagements for my children and the children of this district. I would hope this is the Board of Education's intention as well. However, based on the lack of motion that has happened, I am afraid it is not the goal, and we are simply following the suite of the teachers' union's list of demands. Why do their concerns matter and not the parents and children? Why do we as a district allow polling cars and Cuomo to point fingers at one another and not demand a straight answer? Somebody please take responsibility, advocate for our children. We need to understand that there is a risk at 6 feet, there is a risk at 3 feet, there is a risk riding the bus to school, there is risk crossing the street. How much of a risk are we willing to give up and at what exchange? Our children's mental health, physical, and emotional well-being are at risk. At what point do these concerns matter to the board? Will it be after a tragedy and we are too late? I urge all of you to get ahead of this issue now. Children's mental state and well-being cannot be measured by a simple yes or no survey offered for Wellness Wednesday. While I am glad that Parkdale and Mid-April will be receiving 2 more hours of in-class schooling weekly, I cannot help but feel that this is happening because the district could not provide a clear answer as to what was prohibiting children from being there in the first place. As a parent to a middle schooler, I cannot help but question why not the middle and high school as well. I know that for the past year, we have been so feverishly working around statistics, so I wanted to provide another view of the numbers. Parkdale will now receive an additional 24 hours of in-class schooling by adding Wednesdays mid-April, totaling in-class hours to approximately 328 hours this school year, when a normal school year and surrounding districts currently in class would complete 1,140 hours. Middle and high school are receiving approximately 456 in-class hours compared to normal in-class time of 1,140. The American Academy of Pediatrics has recommended for years that we as parents limit screen time to 2 hours per day. On average, we as a nation have tripled this recommendation for education and social needs. Pediatric doctors are seeing an increase in childhood obesity since the start of the pandemic due to the lack of resources, access to healthy foods, and limited exposure to physical activities. These statistics are terrifying and should be alarming to all. I fully believe more action would be taken if we were to hold in-person Board of Education meetings. When will these in-person meetings resume? When will the stakeholders' voice be heard? There is no pressure to respond when members sit behind a blank screen, hiding their faces on mute. We as parents refuse to be muted any longer, especially when we have Board of Education members like Mr. Brunson stating that parents will not feel comfortable for our children to return to class until we line the kids up and give them vaccine. No, sir, that does not bring myself, and I'm sure other parents, any comfort. It makes me question the motive even more. Why haven't we been doing more social interactions throughout this whole year? Will we offer anything in the summer for social and emotional support? What more can we do other than the bare minimum? Why isn't there a committee already formed? Why haven't they been meeting all year round? This has been a moving target since school closed. I'm convinced that EA District's plan was set in August with no intention of ever opening more, since there has been no effort to present a comprehensive planned approach to reopening, even though on multiple occasions it has been said we are monitoring the situation. What are the results of the survey that was sent out a couple weeks ago? How will these results help opening school back up? Why are we not being the trailblazers to set the standard and demand answers from the state and local officials? Is it fear of losing funding from the state? Other than 6 feet, what are the other items holding us back from reopening? What is the list of demands from the teachers union? Do we have contracts in place that are unable to be altered or to fulfill our children's needs to return full-time in the classroom? What is it? The lack of transparency is the ever-growing issue. Because we need answers, our children deserve advocates. Educated adults are setting these children up for failure. I look forward to your actual answers to these questions. Thank you, Jamie Emick. Again, Ms. Emick, the return to school is on for discussion later this evening, and I hope that discussion will provide answers to your questions. Next, we received a letter from Sarah and Sean McCloskey. Dear board members, I am very appreciative that the Parkdale students will be allowed to attend school on Wednesdays for the half day. That is progress. However, we cannot stop there. All students must return to school full-time, including high schoolers, middle schoolers, and elementary schoolers. Also, it is no longer acceptable to keep the middle schoolers and high schoolers at 2 days per week. From a personal perspective, I have watched my junior become extremely unmotivated and depressed. My junior feels that the 2 day per week schedule is fine and would rather be home in front of a computer as he accepts this to be okay and normal now. It has proven difficult to keep my children motivated and engaged. This is not a result of bad parenting, as I have given more of my time, my presence, and love over the past year. Rather, this is a result of virtual learning, lack of engagement from peers, educators, and a subpar education. Moreover, our kids are more than just math and ELA. What of their social development? My fourth grader is part of the hybrid schedule and misses the way school used to be. Board of Education members, I am begging you, please help our children. Please be leaders in our community and open the schools full time. Our children need to regain their vitality. Sincerely and with regards, Sarah and Sean McCloskey. And lastly, is a letter from Derek and Jessica Holst. Dear East Aurora Union Free School District Board of Education and Administrative Team. Our family, including our 2 Parkdale-aged children, would first like to thank you for adding Wednesdays as an in-person student learning day following April break. As Ms. Lyons referenced in her announcement email, this year has certainly posed many challenges for our students, teachers, and families. This adjustment in the hybrid schedule should be celebrated as a district accomplishment, rooted in proven commitment to maintaining school community safety. The logistical requirements for administration, teachers, and staff to make even this single day edition possible does not go unnoticed and is genuinely appreciated. As we continue this journey through a unique and novel educational landscape, our family asks the district to please remain focused on prioritizing the maximization of all students' access to in-person instruction working toward the standard of district-wide full in-person learning. Significant discussion has occurred, particularly in the most recent months, at District Board of Education meetings and in local news outlets surrounding New York State Department of Health and New York State Education Department school reopening guidance. Mr. Russ's statement at the March 3rd Board of Education meeting regarding the district's current legal interpretation of this guidance as compared to other districts across the state was appreciated. Guidance is developed for interpretation. It is clear there is varied interpretation among school communities across district and county lines within New York State. Today, our family asked the board to please discuss the district's current interpretation of the August 26, 2020 New York State Department of Health's interim guidance for in-person instruction at PK to grade 12 schools during the COVID public health emergency social distancing guideline included below. Social distancing. Responsible parties must maintain protocols and procedures for students, faculty, and staff to ensure appropriate social distancing to protect against the transmission of the COVID-19 virus when on school grounds and in school facilities. Specifically, appropriate social distancing means 6 feet of space in all directions between individuals or use of appropriate physical barriers between individuals that do not adversely affect airflow, heating, cooling, or ventilation, or otherwise present a health or safety risk. If used, physical barriers must be put in place in accordance with the United States Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration guidelines and may include strip curtains, cubicle walls, cold compliant materials, or other impermeable divider or partition. It is evident that the 6-foot social distancing requirement has been the largest bone of contention in this ongoing conversation. If we may, let's highlight that bone of contention. If we may, let's highlight that bone of contention on this ongoing conversation. Let's highlight that portion again. Specifically, appropriate social distancing means 6 feet of space in all directions between individuals or use of appropriate physical barriers between individuals that do not adversely affect airflow, heating, cooling, or ventilation, or otherwise present a health or safety risk. New York State Department of Health and local Department of Health guidance is what drives the operationalizing of social distancing in our local school districts. From there, it is the responsibility of the district to determine interpretation of that guidance. In a March 5th letter to parents and guardians, Mr. Russ stated that the district had been made aware of the possible release of new guidance or new interpretation of existing guidance that would potentially allow the district to bring K-12 students back to full-time, 5 days per week in-person learning. Can an update to this status be shared as well as an outcome of the survey posed to parents? Also of note, the July 16th, 2020 New York State Education Department guidance to reopen New York schools states that, quote, as plans for reopening schools are being developed, districts must work together with families to foster trust and instill confidence. Building these strong relationships takes regular, frequent, and transparent two-way communications. These communications should be clear and consistent, and families should be encouraged to engage in the process, end quote. Following initial committee meetings that developed our current reopening plan, clear and consistent two-way communication has not been established with families across the district. That has generated contention simply because the public has not been made aware of preparedness to and intentions in moving between all three modalities of learning: full remote, hybrid, and full in-person. Even the Board of Education's titled update on the hybrid learning model signifies a complacency in remaining in that modality of instruction versus implying focus on achieving the standard of in-person education as soon as health and safety parameters allow through an update on the reopening plan. Consistent with communication is key and word choice is important. Our family's last ask of this letter is to please reestablish a district reopening committee, providing opportunities for all stakeholders, including families, to have a seat at the table on what should be regular, frequent, and transparent two-way communication on school reopening status. Respectfully and with appreciation, Derek and Jessica Holst. And Jackie, there were no additional letters in the intervening time to the Board of Education.
I'm sending you another right now.
Give me a minute.
Did you get it?
Okay, we have another letter from Keith and Don Bona. Addressed to Mr. Russ. I will tell folks that again, if it's a letter that's addressed to the Board of Education, that comes to us and we read those in visitors' comments. I'll read this one tonight because it was sent this evening, but letters addressed to the superintendent himself go to the superintendent and are not letters addressed to the Board of Education and ordinarily are not read during visitors' comments. So if you want a letter addressed to the Board of Education, please include that the Board of Education in your address line. It says, thank you for being proactive in bringing about a small degree of positive movement in returning our children to in-person schooling. However, while the upcoming change in adding another half day of in-person instruction is positive, it is woefully inadequate in addressing parents' concerns that children are missing out on quality instruction on a full-time basis. We cannot emphasize enough that there is no scientific evidence to support the status quo. No study claims that children are better off academically, emotionally, or socially while in a hybrid model of schooling. If there is such a study, perhaps you and the board can enlighten us. On the other hand, the American Academy of Pediatrics stated in January 2021 what all parents know. Children absolutely need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development and well-being. It is unclear to us what insurmountable barriers you and the Board of Education face to return our children to full-time in-school learning. If there are such barriers, perhaps you can invite parents in partnership to assist you in solving them. In our research, many other schools in the region, state, nation, and globally have successfully removed barriers to bring their students back to campus on a full-time basis. As a high-performing school district, we are confident that the same level of commitment and ingenuity can also happen in the East Aurora Union Free School District. Thank you for responding with urgency to our children's need for full-time in-person instruction. Keith Bona and Dawn Kavanaugh Bona. And I apologize, they did CC the Board of Education. So again, that discussion on reopening schools is later on in our agenda. So stick with us and hopefully we'll have some answers for you. Moving on to reports and discussion items. Mr. Mambretti, we have the 2020-2022 proposed school calendar.
Yes, you should all have this in front of you. I apologize, I wasn't prepared to display it, but it will be on the website first thing tomorrow morning. This is the 1 year district calendar at a glance. So what it does not include is building specific days or events. But what it is it's a, first of all, it began with the assumption for a full and normal return to school next year. This past year, we had a calendar that looked just like this, and then we shifted all our superintendent's conference days around. But this calendar is in keeping with the original version of last year's and the 2 years prior to that. We seem to have a model and a rhythm that works pretty good for the district. And so the only changes are obviously changes with where holidays fall within that calendar. But students would be resuming their studies September the 7th, Tuesday, September the 7th, which is the day after Labor Day. We would continue on with the traditional holiday in October, November, so Columbus Day, Veterans Day, the Thanksgiving holiday. The winter recess would go from the 24th of December through the 2nd of January, again with Martin Luther King Day on the 17th. February recess would remain President's Day. The spring recess would go from the 11th to the 18th. That is a switch. Traditionally, it has followed the Easter week. This year, it is prior to the Easter week. And then the only other change of note is that the district is going to be following suit with New York State and the State Ed Department observing Juneteenth. So this year, while it falls on the weekend, the state has canceled all Regents exams for Monday the 20th for districts to observe that. We believe it will be a mandatory observation, not this upcoming year, but the year after that. But everything is lined up to begin observing that. So Monday, June 20th will be the Juneteenth observance within the district. Other than that, the calendar basically is identical to what we planned on last year and what we did run the previous 2 years, with obviously things just adjusted based on where holidays fall within the week. Any questions on the calendar?
Kim?
Kim?
I was just wondering why the change in the April spring recess. Is it just?
That was a change that was driven through BOCES in the state, and also I believe probably has something to do with the timing of the placement of the state test, but that was not a local decision. We really have to work in partnership with BOCES, and the BOCES then work in partnership with each other, and that's where both Erie 1 and Erie 2 are going. So we are keeping in step with our neighboring districts for families who may work in one district and live in another, or have spouses who work in both. This is what both Erie 1 and Erie 2 are doing this upcoming year.
Great. Thanks for explaining that. Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else on the calendar?
Okay.
All right, moving on the agenda, Mr. Russ and Joanne, the next budget, the draft 2 of the budget.
Can I just jump in here? We do have the budget grid. I know Joanne doesn't have a budget report. I don't know where you want that, Brian. Mr. Russ. You're on mute. You're on.
George, would you like to speak about that now?
Sure. Mr. Mambretti usually presents that.
Sure. Okay,
I think he's prepared.
Why don't we do that first, and then we can get into the budget presentation.
And yeah, I apologize. We normally tie this with Joanne's monthly tie out of the budget, but because it happened the very first week of March. So I did email this to you early this afternoon. I apologize. Apparently it's scanned either sideways or upside down. So if you open it online, there is a little rotation function on the on top of your PDF reader. But I'll just walk you through, and this is that budget grid that we've been working on throughout the school year. So salaries continue to trend extremely positive. We believe that we are going to be, at this point, realizing about $150,000 in salary savings. A lot of this has to do with the use of less substitute teachers and also less aides, both based on the model that we're using. Benefits, we'll learn a little bit more about this in the next presentation, but they continue to underperform. A lot of that is wellness, educating people on good health choices, but also good use of healthcare choices. And so we're very proud of that. Equipment, we're not ready to show that we've realized any savings there yet. Supplies, you'll see that supplies has gone up. We're about $45,000 over budget at the projection right now. I will say the entirety of that is COVID related, and we hope that most, if not all of that, will be FEMA reimbursable, but we're not there yet. So at this point, we're projecting that we're going to be about $45,000 a year. The next two numbers actually play into each other, contractual and then tuition. You'll see that one went up by 20,000, the other went down by 20,000. Those two numbers cancel each other out. There's a difference of accounting, and we're starting to show that now because that is how it's going to tie out in the end of the year. So that's just simply how we're coding some of the students who receive different placement options and how that tuition is recorded. So that 20,000 up and 20,000 down winds up as a wash. It's just an accounting function there. You'll see that we are about $45,000 under budget in BOCES. The February bill was the one that we were really waiting for. So that's trending nicely. The longer we go in the school year, the less room for surprises there are. And that February was kind of our make or break for major surprises. I say that knock on wood, things can always happen. But now that we've gotten this far, we feel that that's a pretty confident number, and we're not expecting any major surprises in our BOCES bills. And then about $25,000 in transportation savings have been realized consistently through the year. The next line is debt service transfer. You'll see that that's bumped up to about bumped down to about $10,000 under budget. That continues to be what we've realized from our universal feeding and also the lack of lunch debt carried by students. So that is trending positive. In the top half of this grid, negative numbers were positive. In the next part, the revenue part, positive numbers are positive. So I'll talk a little bit about the numbers that you see there. The property tax items, that is the final number it's going to be, the $12,537. What that is the final payment on any interest or penalties that had to be paid. So that we will show up in property tax at $12,000 to the good. State aid, it is too soon. We're looking to have an answer by the end of March. I don't know if that's going to be our next meeting or the April meeting. I will say news seems to be positive in regards to us receiving our full state aid, although there does seem to be a lot of confusion in Albany at the moment, and so we're not sure what's finally going to shoot out. So that zero there is simply a wait and see placeholder. It doesn't mean anything either way. We should have a pretty good sense of confidence by the end of March if that's going to be a true zero, a positive, or a negative. Erie County sales tax plus the Erie County CARES Act. So you'll see that that continues to trend positively in terms of what we are realizing from the state. However, what I need to remind you is that gap between November and December, that is when we added the $190,000 of CARES Act money in. So truly we are, just sales tax as pure sales tax, we're still looking like we're going to be $90,000 under budget. But we have received our March quarterly payment, and the good news is it doesn't look like it's going to be worse than that. So that CARES Act money came in. It's in some ways artificially inflates that line because there's nowhere else to put that money. But the true sales tax is about $90,000 under budget this year. And again, the longer the year goes on, the less room for wiggle or major surprises either way. You will then see the next one is other revenue. About $104,000 over in terms of revenue, and a lot of that has to do with non-public and other district billings that were unexpected but coming in, so that's good. So where we are in terms of expenditures on the top, about $415,000 to the good. That's $415,000 of money that was budgeted to spend that we chose not to or found ways not to. In terms of revenue, which we have very little control over, we look like we're 217 to the good though. So that 415 to the good in terms of expenditures, the 217 to the good in terms of revenue, bring us at about 632 to the good, looking at the budget overall. I will save Dan the comment and remind everyone that there is the appropriated fund balance of the 418 in there. So really between those two numbers, we're about round numbers 200,000 to the good overall. The rest of the numbers continue to carry down, and you'll see there's not much movement in terms of anything else. All the way down through our FTEs. There's just normal kind of up and down in terms of our hourly positions. Our administrative and teacher staffing remains the same. And I think that's it for that grid. Any questions on the grid that I just read everyone through?
Mark, it seems like previous years where we thought we had the cushion in BOCES, salaries and fringe benefits are where we're making up the cushion. Is that accurate?
Yes, but as I've reminded folks every year on this, that these are, tough decisions, and just because money's there one year doesn't mean it's there the next year. We're finding new and creative ways to utilize the resources the community gives us. Part of what we were able to do and find those savings this year was really somewhat due to the model that we're using. So I think it was an accurate budget because you got to remember when we passed this versus what everything happened. I would say that the larger thing to pay attention is we're dialing in that BOCES number. The good news is we're not getting any surprises to the bad, but we're also not getting significant surprises to the good. Personally, $45,000 is a lot of money in the midst of a $36 million budget. It's not. And so what it is we're continuing to squeeze what we can squeeze and finding new ways to squeeze, but there's less and less ways and definitely less and less repeatable ways to work within these resources.
Yeah. My point in mentioning is that in the coming years, we got to realize that we probably don't have that cushion in BOCES, and we're going to have to find it somewhere else every year, right?
Well, if it's findable every year. I mean, we've been creative, we've been disciplined, and we've been a little lucky in some of this. So yes.
But some comments that we've seen out from the public, I think it's important to mention. We're not running with an excess. That 418 is a number that we need every year, and if we don't have that 418, it comes out of our reserves.
Correct. It's all told. We're currently projecting to between revenues and expenditures spend $200,000 less than what we quote unquote budgeted to spend. And again, personally, 200,000 is a nice chunk of change in relationship to 36 million. You're running some pretty thin margins there.
No, I agree. I mean, everybody's doing a great job. My point in making the comment is every year we need to know that we've got a budget that the budget needs to be $418,000 day one better than what we're saying the budget's going to be every year, because it's a reoccurring expense. And again, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. That's it for me.
Anyone else on the grid?
Just thank you. This is so helpful in keeping us on track and with a good eye of what's going on. So thank you.
Brian, you're still up on the budget. Are you,
Yep, just get the presentation going and we'll get started.
Hang on.
Okay.
We're doing this a slightly different way here, so just hold tight. Hang on. Hang on one second. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you probably want
to.
Nope.
Oh. Hang on.
You just want to make it bigger. There you go.
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay.
That's
sorry,
it.
we're trying a new mechanism here.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our second draft or third draft of the budget. So here's our agenda. We'll go through the values and vision and development considerations. We'll look at an update on what the Budget and Finance Committee has been working on and how that helps to prep for these presentations. Look at our financial rebuilding, our fiscal stress score, and the per pupil expenditures. We added some things around administrative expenditures because there have been some questions about salaries related to their administrators, capital outlay, what that may look like for the coming year, which will be part of this budget as well. Health insurance savings is also new. We'll review some of the prior year's staff reductions and restorations and long-term budget development considerations. And I've had some questions from some parents about that as well, and I'll try to explain that in a little greater detail tonight. Joanne, I'll go through the tax levy limit calculation. We do this each month or each meeting. There's a lot of redundancy just so that if new people join us, they can see how the budget is developed. And so at the end, though, we'll look at the final version and then we'll look at the budget development calendar moving forward. And again, the season is short because we don't get any information from the state until April 1st. So much of our planning right now is based on what we assume is going to happen. And we're hopeful that things will turn around by April 1st. And, we have been getting some positive information from the federal government, and we'll share that with you later as well. Here we are, the values and vision, of course. Values and vision have been the driving force behind our budget development for many years. You know, we moved to this model probably 7 or 8 years ago, and it's really helped us to stay focused on, you know, what's in the best interest of our students. And our considerations, again, we're unwaveringly committed to the interest of our students. That comes first and foremost in all of our decision making. We want to use good care and judgment in managing the resources that we've been entrusted with, and our community has been very supportive of us over the last several years to make the adjustments and changes and addition of programs or restoration of programs for our students after going through the gap elimination adjustments. We want to, you know, conduct our business as openly as possible. That's why we share this each and every board meeting to keep our constituents informed. We post the information on our website, and of course, we're open to questions in all of our offices. And then we're committed to being future focused. It's one of our values, even during these challenging times where, you know, sometimes it's day-to-day operations that we're focused on. We're always having discussions on how can we improve, how do we move forward, again, in the best interest of our students. So the Budget Finance Committee, again, we start off right in the fall doing some review of state aid, what we think the year's going to look like. We were talking early on about a 20% reduction, so that really threw a wrench in things in terms of our development. 20% of our aid would be in the $2 million range, which is incredibly significant. We continue to meet in October and in November and December. Again, what makes it kind of challenging, these are more just around the current fiscal conditions of the district, because we have very little information from the state at this time. Once the governor comes out with the state aid runs in January, that helps us somewhat, but then the negotiations between the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor begin, and they don't actually put a budget in place until April 1st. Yep, so we met again in December. You can keep moving. And so we can continue to meet in January, February, and March, you know, and we try to time this just before the board meetings. Again, so we share the updates, and then we kind of plan our budget presentations from there. Joanna and I work on that to try to keep the board and the community as informed as we possibly can. So if we look at our financial rebuilding, and we've looked at this the last couple of meetings, you know, these are our reserve funds, the unappropriated and appropriated fund balances. And you can see the highlighted areas are where we're thinking we may have to draw from this year at the end of the year to balance the budget. And that's what these accounts are for. They're savings accounts in different areas. And they are very specific, like the retirement ERS and retirement TRS. Those are for our civil service and for our teachers. And so if we need to monies for those particular reasons, these are the places that we go to. Joanne, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yes, the areas that I could draw your attention to that we have already drawn from. If you look at the repair reserve, the third yellow bulleted one, we have drawn $375,000 out of that already this year for the work that has been done on the district. If you look down to the next yellow highlighted one, the unappropriated fund balance of $3.3 million at our last board meeting, it was authorized to draw the Smart Schools bond money out of there so that we could start moving on that. And as I explained at the last meeting, we have to actually spend that money before the state will reimburse us that money. So at some point in the future, we will receive that money back. We just don't know when that will be. The law states 90 days, but in reality, when I asked other districts, it's been 18 months to 2 years before they're actually getting that reimbursement. And the third one, the $298,000 of debt service, we actually used $258,000 of that this year, and that was part of managing the tax cap last year.
Yeah, so each year that varies, and we draw money from different areas depending on our needs, and that's why these are so valuable, because there is some uncertainty as we develop our budget. Things change, financing from the state and the federal government change. As Joanne mentioned, the Smart Schools Bond Act, we're supposed to receive it in 90 days. It looks like it's going to be more of a year and a half before that happens. So those are the types of things we deal with. And that's the reason we have these reserve accounts, to kind of help us through unexpected situations that present themselves. And here we are, and this is what happened is we drew our reserves down to the lowest point in recent history. You can see in 2016-17, our total reserves were down to $2.7 million, significantly below our high, which was $6.4 million in 2013 and 14. That was in response to the gap elimination adjustment and the loss of funding that we've had from the state over a period of about 7 years. Was in terms of millions of dollars in losses. So we had to draw on our reserves, draw down our unappropriated fund balance to a point where we became, unfortunately, the most fiscally stressed school district out of the 700 school districts in the state. But fortunately, we were able to turn that around the very next year, and that has improved, as you can see, from 17-18, 18-19, and 19-20. And what we did is we were, very we got really great support from our taxpayers, and that helped. But we were also very frugal in terms of how we were spending our assets. And so here it is again, just a fiscal stress score. You can see where we were in 2017 at a score of 73.3. The higher, the worse off we are. So it's down to now in 2021 of 3.3. And so, we're really proud of the progress we've made. Of course, at any time, especially under conditions that we're seeing right now, and we are getting some positive information in the last, I'd say, few days actually, from the state and federal governments in regard to that our budget dollars may be coming in more predictably than we had anticipated. So that's going to be really great in terms of reopening school, getting kids back full time, being able to support additional positions to make that happen. So here we are again. We like to always take a look at expenditures, because we look at it, a nearly $40 million budget right now, and how are we spending that money, and what kind of bang for the buck are we getting? And this data is always, I think, kind of uplifting when you can see our total expenditures are in the area of 36,000, when you see similar districts to our own are spending $56,000, and across all of New York State, the average is just under $46,000. So again, we're really getting quite a bit for the dollars that we are spending. Some questions about administrative expenditures. We just took a 5-year look here, and you can see in 2021 we're actually spending less on our administrators than we did 5 years ago in 2016-17. This is inclusive of their contractual raises, because what we've done is we've consistently pulled back on the number of administrators that we have in the district, and we've actually used those monies to support teaching positions, to restore programs, lower class sizes, and those types of things. And so I think sometimes when people ask about the administration and what that looks like, and we're going to propose actually adding an administrative position to the budget this season, but it actually isn't an add, because we reduced an administrator that we didn't replace who retired last year. And so there's been a number of shifts in the school district from when we changed our building structure. We reduced administrators. I was a principal at one time, and then I closed my building. I became a director. When I became superintendent, we did not replace that position. There's assistant principals. Somebody brought that up. We did a survey of local school districts, and almost every school that are of our size have an assistant principal in each building. That's not the case for us. We just restored an assistant principal that is split between 2 buildings, overseeing 1,200 students. Yeah, it just doesn't happen in other school districts. So we are very, very administratively frugal. And again, I think we get a great bang for the buck because they're doing a fantastic job. Also, I wanted to talk about the capital outlay project. Each year we've decided to fund a $100,000 capital outlay, and that allows us to do a small facilities project each year. And what's so great about it is that the funding comes back to us in the next school year. So it almost becomes self-funding. So we spend $100,000 and we get about $65,000 back. So it makes it a very attractive project to do. And this year we're looking at the telephone upgrades. We've been having a few glitches in our telephone system, so we really feel we need to upgrade that for just, again, for the safety of our school buildings. Our phones need to be working at all times. We're replacing classroom handsets as well. And then also we're going to be looking at continuing to work on the window balances, because one thing about a capital outlay, you have to spend all the money in one building. And we just see this need as an important part of, like I said, keeping our students and our staff safe. And then some parking lot reconstruction too, if there's some money left over. I'll be honest, $100,000 doesn't go too far. Expensive things are in terms of our facilities, but we're always looking at creative ways to spread those dollars. Another thing we're really proud of is here's a look at the increase or the projected increases in our healthcare. And again, the top line was in 2000, when was it, 2.5 years ago, to 2018, we decided to shift over to a new not a new carrier, but a new broker for our health insurance. And that has saved us about $2.1 million over the last 2 years in regard to projected cost increases. So the red line is our old plan under our former broker, and the lower line and the darker blue line is what the actual costs have been under our new broker. And you can see the difference between those two is significant. And so $2.1 million is about what we spend on health insurance in 1 year. So over the last 2.5 years, we've saved that much money. And in one of the next slides, I'll show you how our fringe benefit line is increased in a very small way, even though we've been able to add additional positions to kind of balance that out. Yeah, Joanne, you wanted to say something, please do.
Yes. I have been reallocating this savings in the budget from the benefits line to the salaries line. So later in the slide, it looks like salaries have been increasing at a rapid rate, and positions have been, but that's a distinct result of managing the health insurance benefits so that we could rebuild our instructional program from the gap elimination years, and trying to do it in a way that doesn't hurt the taxpayer.
Joanne, can you explain how we accomplish this? Are we under a longer-term liability? Are we self-insuring, or I'm just curious? It's a big number. Great job.
We have a minimum premium plan. So we were under a fully insured plan in the past. So I like to use as an analogy buying a car. There are different ways to buy a car. Say you want to buy a Cadillac. You can go to the store, the Cadillac store, and say, I want this car, and I'm going to put a down payment of $10,000 on it, and then I'm going to finance the rest of it. That's one way to buy the same car. Another way to buy the car, you could lease the car. Another way to buy the car, you could pay cash for the car. So it's the same with health insurance. There are different avenues for purchasing health insurance. If you're fully insured, it is a more expensive model. You could be self-insured, but you take on a lot of risk. So we went to a minimum premium model where part of the plan is insured, and it has stop losses built in it, so that if you get a high claimant, you only pay to a certain amount and then another insurance kicks in. And we changed how we are getting our pharmaceuticals. And with that all in place, this is the cost avoidance.
Well, I know you brought it over when you came over, so Joanne, so nice work.
Thank you.
And I'll say this too, Jen, our utilization is really strong. So we talked about Lisa Brown being our wellness coordinator. talking about making, just healthy decisions, making good choices about your health, about your health treatment, and those types of things. So our utilization is also helped because our employees are very smart about how they're utilizing their insurance and trying to, like I said, stay as healthy as they possibly can, which really helps in regard to our annual premium increases. And Kim, I see you have a question too. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for Joanne, do you anticipate a similar type of trend continuing as we go forward?
Yes, actually, I just had a meeting with the LMHF, and they're projecting very close to flat for premiums in our next coming cycle. So it will be a very low premium increase. So yes, in our old carrier, they were projecting. I try to always show information so that it is fair. But at the time when we switched, our old carrier came to me with a 19% increase. And through conversations, they went down to a 14% increase and then landed at a 12% increase. So this chart, being conservative, from where our old carrier broker was, we used a 5% compounding for an example.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this? Because I know this is a new slide. And
No questions, Brian, but thanks, Joanne, and you, Brian, for including that. I think that's an important piece for people to see.
Thanks.
Great. So yeah, I had a question from a parent too about this slide about reductions and restorations, and about the idea of like restoring what we've had. Kind of looks like we're looking back as opposed to being looking forward. And so what we've done, and what I talked to them about, and maybe I'll try to explain this in a little greater detail, is that when we went through the gap elimination adjustment, we had to reduce numerous positions in every single area of the district. That was administrative, teaching, all the support staff, secretarial, buildings and grounds, teacher aides, the whole, every area, special areas were reduced to balance our budgets. And so we were looking at, while we're talking about restoration, is that we're not necessarily talking about restoring the programs as they were before, but we're restoring things that we need in the fact that we've laid these people off. And like for instance, a good marker is 23. We laid off 23 teachers and we've restored 12. Do I think that we're going to restore all 23? No, but we're going to continue to rebuild our teaching staff to replace those programs that we had to cut for our students. And one example I give is the 8-period day at the high school. I'll just share my own experience. My youngest son was trying as a senior to take a few advanced placement courses in biology and anatomy, and then also try to take an accounting course. And he wasn't able to get those courses except for one, because we're in a 7-period day. And so the 8-period day option, what that does is it really opens the schedule for our kids to be able to participate in additional courses. And so we have a really wide range of really great AP courses, great art courses, great music courses, great technology courses. And then when we have an 8-period day, it just provides that opportunity for our kids to engage in more of those offerings. And so that's like one of the restorations that we're looking to do, is to restore the 8-period day, because it does really help our students in many, many ways. So it's not that we're going to restore the program. The person mentioned that, our student population is on a decline, which is true. I'm going to bring back our enrollment report. I know we did it in the fall, but I'm going to bring it back for next board meeting to share that again with not only with you, but whomever is watching, to show them the trends in those. I mean, while there's not deep reductions, but we're almost at a kind of a plateau right now, which is a good thing. But we still have a lot of new offerings. And every year the course catalog comes out with new opportunities that we're creating for our students. So we need to pull back from those positions that we cut a number of years ago. So while they're new positions, are they really new? in regard to where we were 5 years ago. No, they're not. And so that's kind of, I don't know if that explains it. It isn't easy or straightforward. Like, so a social worker, there's another good example. Our social worker retired. We were intending to replace that person. It didn't happen for 5 years. And then we realized, due to the needs of our students, that we needed to actually hire a second social worker. So that went to the top of the list, and that was a brand new position, because for the longest time we only had one social worker in the district. We realized, again, because of the needs of the student, we needed to add a second social worker, and that's what we did. And that would be considered a brand new position because we never had it before. So I don't know if that explains it, and I'm happy to talk about it over the phone, because sometimes that's easier to do it. But so that's what this slide is about. So here it is again, and then these are all the long range discussions that we have. And again, this does change. It does ebb and flow as the needs of our students change, as we have new ideas for new programs. Certain things become a bigger priority. As we see the population either declining or leveling off or on the rise, we'll adjust the number of teachers that we need to maintain low class sizes and those types of things. So all of these things that are on this list are things we're hoping to do over a period of years, because it is these are important programs, again, for our students. And again, we've shifted a lot of our spending towards supporting teaching positions and reestablishing new programs. And Joanne, go ahead.
Yep, just a clarification on this slide in case it looks confusing to people. The very right-hand column, those dollar amounts are for for Parkdale, 2 FTE elementary. The 127,000 is for 2 positions. So if I'm filling right now, we have 1 position included in the budget. So you could divide that in half to get an estimated cost. And that's just not the salaries, that's benefits and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That's a great point of clarification. Like, you can see a 0.5 to 1.0 STEAM coordinator. So that's like for our STEAM program at Parkdale. We'd like somebody in the lab that can facilitate lessons for our students K through 4. We're thinking we need somebody either part-time, like half-time, or full-time would be ideal. So the range of that cost is from $31,953 to $63,906. Again, those are approximate costs because people come at different places and with different experiences, so that's get adjusted. But those are the general numbers that we use. Again, like at the middle school, the reading teacher, again, we're seeing some need in the area of reading. We have interventions already in place. We did an evaluation of our math intervention a couple of years ago. We added a math intervention specialist, and we're thinking that we'll need another reading specialist to meet the needs of our students. So again, and then we balance it out between Parkdale, the middle school. You can go to the next slide. High school, again, the ALC is a support that we're offering to students. Now we're offering it to them on Wednesdays, but we also offer it as an after-school program for those students who need some extra support. We're looking at our phys ed and health program. Again, there it's 2 pieces. Right now, one of our phys ed teacher is acting as our athletic director and still teaching a couple courses. We realize if we stay with this model, we'll need to keep that person in place full-time just because of the demands of the job. So we'll be replacing that's a broader range between like about a half-a-time person to 1.5, depending on what direction we go in. Again, that's more of an immediate need because we need that athletic director in place for the new school year. And so we'll be working with him to determine how that looks for the upcoming school year. My Learning, again, it's a college career program for our counseling center. This is going to help with our students and their families as they go through the college decision process, which is sometimes overwhelming. So this software will really lend a hand to that. Again, the sixth assignments, this has changed over time. We've been trying to go to back to an 8-period day, as I mentioned earlier, just because of the limits it does place on our students' choices. We thought at one point it could be maybe 2 or 3 full-time people to make that happen based on the population and based on the course offerings that we were thinking about. Now, because our population has shifted, it is declined at the high school, we're able to do that with somebody, maybe one full-time person or multiple part-time people to make that happen. Technology, again, we've had a number of reductions in the area of technology. We've reduced the number of technicians, while our technology use has increased dramatically. So we need to replace those positions over a period of time. And as Joanne said, the two junior systems administrators, that $138,000 is for two positions. So it's closer to about $69,000 for each one of those. And again, that includes salary and benefits. And then a workstation administrator, that's somebody who works directly on the machines and the smart boards, and that's around $41,000. In special education, we always hold that two FTE teachers, but that's something most times we don't use, or we use a portion of it. We might use a 0.5 or 1.0, but we keep two in place because, again, there's a lot of uncertainty in the area of special ed. Determinations come late in the spring, what their programs will look like for the following year. So we always have to keep some flexibility in not only the direct teachers, the direct special ed teachers, but also the support staff, which is speech, physical therapy, and occupational therapy as well.
Brian, before you move on, I think Dan had a question.
Oh yeah, sorry, Dan. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. These columns, it's a little confusing with regard to how much is actually in this draft of the budget that we're reviewing tonight. In other words, at this point in time, when we see the numbers, when you get a couple more slides past and we see the actual numbers for salaries and benefits, the question that leaps to mind is how many of these positions are actually included in those numbers. And so I'm interpreting this to mean in this slide that where you had said that you had a staffing request, for instance, on the physical education health teacher of 0.6 to 1.6, what is actually included in this budget is 1.0. And the same thing, for instance, where you have 2.0 FTEs, junior systems administrators, as staffing requests, what's actually included in this budget at this stage is 1.0. Is that correct?
That is correct, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the previous slide, same thing. If we could go back one slide just briefly, the previous slide, none of these requests are included except for one additional elementary education teacher and one additional technology TOSA. And everything else is a request, but it's not included in the budget at this point in time. Okay.
Correct.
Right, thanks, Dan. Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
To Dan's point, is there any way that we could, going back to he mentioned Parkdale, the two FTEs, we have one position included. We have the estimated cost of 127, 812. Is there any way we can break it down so if the public reads this, they're just seeing the 127, they may not understand that's really for one. So is there any way we can break it down on these few so we know exactly how much it would be?
Yeah, Terry, what we could do is create another column and then just say, where it says, it could be, instead of estimated, it could be total costs and then actual costs. You know what I mean? That would, something like that. I don't know, just the top of my head. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Kim, go ahead.
And I was going to say, the other thing that I think is important that Joanne emphasized is this is not just salary, but it's salary plus benefits. And I think that's important that we have that somewhere laid out so that, if someone in the public is looking at that, they understand that this is not just a salary, but it's both.
Yeah. I think if you were to simply take you have staffing requests, I think if the next column was estimated cost, that would include all the staffing requests. And then if the next column was new positions included for 21, 22, and then add a column that says the cost of those new positions, so that you would end up with, instead of 3 columns that you've got here, you'd end up with 4. But it would be clear that the first 2 related to the total request, and the second 2 related to what was actually in the budget. moving forward. And
Yeah.
and that I think would make it clearer. And then we could have a good debate about whether we want to include some of these other requests that you've
Yes.
got. But we would know how much it would add to the budget in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Dan. Is we'll put the estimated cost in the front, and then the new position included, and what the cost of the new position is
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Sure. So yeah, here we are. Yeah, buildings and grounds again. You know, we're and then this, like you're saying, Dan, we may have to add some of these things, and this does happen from time to time, depending on the need. So if we come back full time, which we're hoping to do, we certainly may need additional cleaners to make that happen, because again, they're going to have less time to do it. Right now, they have a really great system in place. They're thoroughly cleaning, following all the necessary guidelines, and they get time in the middle of the day at Park to be able to do it. There's also times during the day at the middle school and high school. But when we come back full time, it's going to be a tighter schedule, so we may have to hire additional cleaners to make that happen.
Yeah.
And so right now it's not included, but that may be something that we include as we move closer to actually putting the next phase of schooling in place. So then we look at the district. Right now we're looking at adding a director of curriculum and instruction. But again, those monies are like we cut out a position of the director of technology, and so it's kind of a wash there. So there's the actual new cost to us is very small. And then an administrative clerk. We'll be adding an administrative clerk again. It's just the volume of work. We've had numerous secretarial and clerical cuts over the last several years. I'd say the business office is about half the size of what it used to be. I think we have 4 now. It used to be 8. So we need to bring another clerical person to help, and that's really to help between the business office, pupil services, and curriculum and instruction and personnel. Yeah, go ahead, Joanne.
Yes, and I apologize. I forgot to put the estimated cost in there. It's approximately $40,000 for a clerical person.
Thank you. So, okay, here we are. So yeah, and again, these are some new programs for us. You know, again, we're designing like a summer skills program for those students that we feel could use a little reinforcement over the summer. This is outside of the typical summer school that we offer for students with special needs. So we do that within our building. And actually students come from all districts to participate in that, but this is specifically for our students at each of the buildings. Yep, and go ahead, Jenny.
If I could just add on, you can notice that I don't have anything added into the 21-22 budget as of yet. And that is because we've been getting new information from the federal stimulus all the time. And it came out, it was either yesterday or today, that part of the federal stimulus money that is outside of our state aid runs would include summer programming like this. So once I know how to account for that, it would either be added into the budget or it'll be in the federal funds. I just don't know how to do that yet because we haven't received that guidance.
And one other comment I was going to make on it, this is a really rough estimate right now because again, this is a new program for us. So the principals are working on it with the teachers to see what makes sense, to see how many of our students need to participate, and then offering it to families, letting them make a decision around it, and then we'll get a final cost after all that happens. So again, this is kind of a work in progress. Yes, Kim.
Is this a program that the administrators decide which children will be participating, or can families that are concerned about their students also ask to have their children participate?
Yeah, typically, the would come from the teacher in conjunction with the principal in general. Okay. But if a parent really feels that their child is in need, they could reach out. And again, it'll be based on performance, the needs of the students, how they've done during the school year, and then trying to to figure out what do those classrooms look like, what type of, instruction is going to be happening during that time, how long, how many days a week. Like here we estimated, just again, because what we found in the past when we have done these things, that's been a long time. But we've also recognized that families like to find a balance between having their child participate, but also having family time to enjoy the summer. And so we're thinking like a three-day, half-day kind of thing, 3-4 hours, 3 days a week, something like that. And again, this will definitely change between now and when the program takes place this summer.
Dan, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, just a comment from one board member, and that is, I think looking at this federal money coming, it seems to me that a significant amount of that money should be spent to help offset some of the losses that have occurred in educational opportunity during the course of the year. I think the federal government is even requiring that 20% of the money be used for that purpose. And so I would encourage you, as you're planning the summer program, to be very generous with regard to making it available to as many people as possible, you taking parent input into consideration, and all of the issues you were talking about, wanting to balance things so that families can do things in the summer as well. I just think we need to be generous, and we need to be thinking for the fall about other supplemental programs, such as after-school programs, extended day programs, things that we can do that will help to provide this additional support for children and parents that may be needed. Counseling programs. There just seems to me to be lots of things that we could do with that money that would help to offset some of the deficits that have been as a result of this crazy year. So I just encourage you to work on that sort of thing.
Terry?
I agree with Dan. I think that it might be something we want to also open up to any parents who feel that their child might necessarily need this after this current year. My question to you, Brian, though, is I know this is a work in progress and you're just starting it, and there's so many factors that are involved, but just for parents, for planning purposes, et cetera, at what point do you think we're going to have this completely mapped out and ready to let the parents know about it? Like, are we hoping by May? Are we hoping?
You know what? I don't know that right now, Terry, but I'll have an answer for you at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely, like you're saying, Dan, it's not only, like most of this stuff is around skill, and, like we saw in our data, there's not a lot of gaps, right, in the learning progress that they're making in ELA and math, and that's the primary focus for these types of. But there are other issues that our kids are dealing with that can also be remedied through a process like this. And so, it definitely will be working with, teacher recommendations. They're with them on the front lines. They know their students best, but also, obviously considering parent recommendations as well as we go through the process.
Sure. I could see, for instance, art programs, music programs, outdoors during the summer, things that they were not able to do during the course of the school year. Not very many students had the opportunity to participate in musical groups and do art things and physical education kinds of things. These were all things that were kind of truncated in the process of getting the hybrid program underway. And so I don't see the summer school program or the enrichment program, if we do one for the fall, as having to focus just on skill development. I think it could be a much broader kind of program, and especially since the federal government is going to give us a one-time shot in the arm to do these kinds of things, I think this would be very beneficial to our students.
It's really a great idea, Dan, to do it that way and make it have that broad application, because it will then sort of meet some of that social interaction need that's so severely lacking in the current school year. So for kids to be able to maybe come back and be a part of an art class or a music class which might not have the same rigor as math and ELA, but it still gives them an opportunity to sort of forge those social relationships in advance of the full in-person, expectation come the fall.
Yeah.
Judy,
Jess,
you have a hand up, and then Jess
sorry.
after you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I can't see everybody either. Sorry.
And my thought was it's just important to have that reentry. And it just takes time for kids to kind of reorient and get their heads back on to what they should be doing or able to do. And even to reform those friendships. And it gives an opportunity and maybe a more relaxed setting for them to redevelop the relationships with the teachers again, too.
Yeah.
So it's all very important.
Jessica?
Thank you. I think these are great ideas, and I'm so happy to hear us moving in this direction. I think what we've heard from a lot of parents and what we know from what we have seen is that we're doing really well in some days, and we know our families and students are still hurting. But I like this idea of looking at recovery and looking at whole child. I think that's what we're aiming for. I think it's great stuff.
Yeah, I can't see everybody, so I'm just gonna, if Mary Beth, I don't know if you can see everybody.
I can see all of the board anyway, so Kim, go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, Kim, go ahead.
Just a quick question. What about transportation? Because that might be one of the things that could impact the kids in terms of being able to attend if we're trying to broaden this. I think this is a wonderful idea. I really like this idea of potentially broadening it to, as Jess said, the whole child and the art and music and getting our kids reintegrated into school to a certain extent by doing that. But I'm wondering how that works with transportation.
Yeah, Kim, that's, and like I said, I think I'll just comment on like everybody's saying is, and that's what they're still working on. So like if they come in like for 3 or 4 hours, 3 days a week, they're not going to be hitting hardcore ELA and math instruction. That's not what this is going to be. It's going to be a broader scope where they do some skill reinforcement, but also have time to enjoy being together, have activities that are related to art and music, going outside, doing those kinds of things, having time to be social. And like when we put this together, we put 5 teachers and we just said, okay, let's just say 1 teacher per grade level. And it might be 3 teachers, who knows, when all is said and done. So the cost may go up considerably. But again, I think we can do a lot over a 5-week period that can really just reinforce some of those losses for some of the kids, but also like the relationship piece. And I think, Judy, you said it really well, the relationship piece, not only with their friends, but also with their teachers. Just having more time together is a really positive thing. And so, again, this is a very, very, I guess, a rough sketch of it, and it's definitely something that will take time to really pull all the details together. Transportation will be one of them.
Do we we'll have to see what the federal transportation for summer school?
No, not typically. But if the federal money may be there, Mary Beth, as Joanne's able to look into the program and if it supports that, then of course that makes it much easier to make that happen.
Sure. No, I understand.
Yes, and just part of our planning process is going to be as we receive guidance on that federal money and how the state is going to allocate it to us and how we are going to be able to use it. So, it's very early planning, and all of these ideas have been discussed behind the scenes as we're trying to figure out what we want this to look like.
Yeah, and something like this, like I said, nobody in the world plans the way we do, right? This budget process is really kind of backwards, but it's just the way it works, right? That's how the state functions. That's how the federal government functions. I'm not even criticizing it. It just is what it is. So we often are planning without having the information, and we're estimating what that may look like. And so even for this, we may start out by saying, hey, here's the identified kids in my class that I really feel we should offer to first. See what that looks like, see how many people are interested in participating, and then what can we do to expand that to open up the program to other kids.
Yeah, I think, frankly, you have to put a lot more money in this. And, you know, we're getting $1.5 million from that apparently Senator Schumer has said we are going to get. And so I think, you know, we should be generous in budgeting for this activity. We should include more teachers and more grade levels than we had originally anticipated. And I think it should be a robust program, including transportation for people who need it. And, you know, if it works out that the money doesn't materialize, I think we should still run the program utilizing our fund balance, because this is a one-time need to help offset some deficits, and it's worth the investment. And I don't think it's a risk. I think the money's there and it's going to come in. But the risk is in being too cautious and missing those summer months because we weren't able to plan enough in advance because we're waiting to see how the money might come. So I would avoid that risk of losing out on the chance for the children to have this program, and I would budget for it and staff it and commit to the teachers to the program and just do it because it's something we need.
Have you gauged yet, Brian, teacher availability for that?
No, not that I know of. So that's one of the major, I'll be honest, the major hurdles is getting people to work. Yeah. So it's just having the staff available is always a challenge. Yeah. But yeah, something, and again, I think again, for teachers, it's, this is also a nice model, right? Because they also have families and they want to have, time. So when it's a 3-day, half-day model or something to that effect, it usually works well for them too. And then also we were contacted by Holland, and they were interested in teaming with us in some way, shape, or form as well. That just kind of came in this week, so we don't know what that looks like, but they're also interested. They heard that we were moving down this road, and they said they would really be interested in maybe partnering with us, or at least understanding what we're doing, in terms of what our model looks like.
That's
So
great. They have the buses.
Yes, they do. Right, and that's worked out really well for us in the past, Dan, because for our other summer programs, they've been great about transporting our students. Yeah, very good.
Terry.
Yep.
So Brian, you said that you're already discussing this. Do you have a committee that is working with this, or how is this being discussed, and who is making these decisions?
Yeah, it's just been at our level right now, Terry. So, very shortly they'll be bringing teachers in to talk a little bit about what the program could look like. They'll be, looking for interest in terms of how many people would like to participate. Once we determine if our own staff, it's always best to have our own teachers, but then we'd advertise for people, for teachers to work during the summer. A lot of new teachers, honestly, they're interested. Again, for teachers with families, again, they have certain conflicts and issues that they have to deal with. Sometimes when they teach and they have to put their own kids in daycare, those kinds of things. So it's all that stuff that we have to go through. But we're moving it forward. Yeah.
So there's no committee or anything that's working on this. You're just working on it at the administrative level.
Right now. Yep. Yeah.
Conceptually, it's being worked on conceptually right now.
Yeah. Right.
And you'll update us continually then at our
Sure.
next board meeting on where your progress on that.
Sure.
Anyone else? You're all set, Brian.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll turn this one over. Joanne, you want to talk about the tax levy calculation?
Tax levy limit calculation.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to look at the very far right-hand column for 21-22, our projected tax levy limit calculation. The first thing I'd like to note is that this is a formula that is given to us by the state that authorizes us to levy taxes up to a certain limit and still have a 50% budget vote. The first number of note is in red, the 1.0157. That is a tax-based growth factor, and that means that the state has designated, I get this number from the state, that there are additional properties within our boundaries that taxes can be raised on. And that increases our tax levy limit calculation. But inversely, if you look over to the side, it decreases our tax rate per thousand. So using this factor on last year's, our current year's assessed values and equalizations, I have projected very early, because I don't have the real numbers yet, that the tax rate should only be going up approximately 2.36%. And this number is a factor of that. The next two numbers in red are our exclusions. These are our capital exclusions, and this is part of the formula based on previously approved capital projects in the district. And it's the local share that needs to be raised to cover the debt service. And when these two numbers, the 1.3 and the 1.6, get closer and closer to being the same number, that will help stabilize our tax levy limit. If you look at the bold black number, it's right under the 1.3 that's in red. That is our allowable growth factor. This is the number that we use in the calculation that the governor likes to say is a 2% limit. This is CPI, 2% or CPI, whichever is less. So this number is considerably less than 2% for this year. And that's a factor in the number. So when the formula is completed, our tax levy is going to go up 3.81% or $900,000, but our tax rate should be going down. I apologize, not going down, will be less than 3.81%. I said that inappropriately, sorry.
Right, okay.
Do you mind just to clarify, that's the tax rate increase that's going down? Or
The tax rate increase will be less than the tax levy increase.
Thank you.
Joan, why don't you take this one too?
Okay, this slide is based on the governor's budget, and our state aid runs based from the governor. I have it in here because this is what we know for right now at this point in time. But 2 days ago, I received information that the Senate and the Assembly feel very confident that this is not going to go through. They feel very confident the changing of our categorical aids that are in gray, our expense-driven aids, that the governor wanted to become one service-based aid, is not going to go through. So these are going to continue to run like they have in the past. Another point that is important, it's in light blue near the bottom, the star payment is not going to be factored into our state aid anymore, which is a huge relief because that's really part of our tax levy. And the other 2 points that I find very interesting, the Senate and Assembly are committed to ensuring at a minimum, every single school district gets a 2% increase to their foundation aid that has been frozen for several years now. So 2% on our foundation aid is approximately $94,000. But they're also committed to trying to the full phase in of the foundation aid, trying to get 60% of that phased in. So on that end of it, for our district, it would be about $166,000. So somewhere I'm feeling confident that we're going to see an increase in our state aid projections from somewhere between $94,000 and $160,000 once the Senate and Assembly move on it.
Yeah,
think that's
and
the
just
first
like,
budget meeting we've had where we've anticipated an increase in foundation aid, and I can't remember.
Yeah, so it was exciting news. So we'll see. Like I said, it just came out 2 days ago. So they're still going through and analyzing it all and getting the information to us.
yeah, and I think that's just a point, like as I'm saying, as we're going through this process, like that information comes to us like in drips and drabs. And so, which is really great news. And I think, you know, I met with Senator Gallo and with some other superintendents to talk to him about the categorical aids and the shifting of the STAR and how detrimental that would be for us in the long run. It would be really impactful. So I'm really grateful that they were able to reverse the position on that. And then also the fact that we're actually going to get some additional foundation aid, which has been locked in place for years, is really very positive. So a lot of good things coming out now. We have to wait till it actually happens, right? So we've been disappointed in the past, but this is definitely good news for us in regard to some relief in relationship to our aid from the state. So, and as Dan said, we're very hopeful that the federal monies that we get will be also provided to us in a way that the state is not allowed to pull that money back in terms of reducing the state aid in the same amount as they have in the past. Like we got a federal payout, well, the state reduced our payment from the state by the same amount. So it was just a neutral impact. There was no relief from the federal government in the initial payouts. But we are hopeful, and again, who knows if this will happen, is that they're going to be putting as part of the legislation that at least they can't do all of it. Like, so the $1.7 million adjustment that we're anticipating will at least receive a portion of that. And why that's going to be important is I'm going to explain it when we get into the learning model about what we need to potentially spend next year to make some certain things happen. So we'll talk about that in just a minute.
Joanne, can I ask you one quick question? So the far left column, the legislative budget 2021, that's where we're at today.
That was our legislative budget last year in April.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next column is what we adopted.
Yeah. And where's the legislation coming in? Are they coming in close to where we adopted, or are we still off by?
That's what we're that's what I'm waiting until we get a big payment normally on March 31st. Once I get that payment, I'll have a better number in the board grid for where state aid's going to be. I just have it flat right now until I get that payment.
And best case scenarios is going to be flat, and worst case we're going to lose some. Is that where we're at?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so the 21-22.
Yes, in the estimated state aid. Now, this came right off of the governor's run. And the point of that first column for 2021, see how it changed from last year at this time and what we adopted to what the governor is using to compare us to. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm reading this right, if what we are saying estimated state aid for 2021 will be at the 11.9 number, I mean, right now in our budget, we're only showing 10.8 with building.
Yes. Nope. You got to remember that the governor changed how he was doing things. So he has our STAR payment in there. You got to take our STAR payment out.
So really that 11.9 is less 1.6, which is 10.3.
Right.
But you're only off by 500 then, which on a one-time shot isn't a killer versus 25. And what are we budgeting in our budget for 21-22?
Right now, I have the executive budget in there, which you'll see on the revenue slide.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, but John, that's a great point about how that STAR, how it's misrepresented in appearing to be a higher number when in actuality it is not.
Yeah, I agree. But if we end up like this, because really the way I'm looking at it, Joanne, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2021 is really a balance sheet adjustment, right? Whatever's going to happen, we're going to have to take out of the reserves, and we know that could be upwards to $1.3 million, but we have it. Right now, it looks like it could be 500, which would be a home run.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right. It's 21-22 where we got to worry for ongoing, because that's future revenue, and every increase year after year is going to be based off that. So that's the one where we're going to worry about ongoing budget. But I mean, both these look like they could end up in a decent position if this is anywhere near accurate. I know it's not you, it's the state. So good luck with it being accurate. But
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Right. So here's the expenditure. When we look at the expenditures, and this adjusts every meeting as we get new information, and we can tighten things up when we have that information. One of the things was around salaries. We're looking at about a $944,000 increase, and that's we took a look at it. It's about $260,000 in new positions that we were talking about earlier, and then about $683,000 in contractual increases across the district for all of our employees. And then, as we were talking earlier, you can see the fringe benefit line, a 1.64% increase in what has happened because of those insurance savings. We've been able to shift those monies to support the addition of new salaries. So, when we look at the expenses for the overall expenses for our employees, while our salaries are going up and we're able to add new positions and therefore new programs for our students, it's because our fringe benefit line has been staying as tight as it is. And that's in big part due to our savings around health insurance. And so very grateful for that. It was been a great move for us. And it's just been very pleased. And like I said, the wellness piece, talking about wellness and talking about utilization has really helped us to maintain those costs. So doing quite well. So let's see what else is here that we haven't talked about before. Again, you can see an increase in BOCES costs, which again are somewhat unpredictable. The majority of those come from technology and also for programs for students with special needs. And let's see, anything else of concern here, Joanne? Any other comments?
No, just that we work really, really hard to manage our contractual costs, our materials and supply costs, to help manage the budget.
Yeah. And I guess if I could just say one thing about supplies, we've been pulling back on supplies or keeping the budget really tight on supplies. So that may be an area where we need to ease up a little bit now that we'll have a few dollars to make that happen, because the building principals, directors have been doing a really nice job keeping that in check. But at the same time, that can only go on for so long before it really does have a kind of a detrimental impact on the kids' experience. So you can see here, the gap has dropped down to $251,000, which is also very positive. Joanne's been tightening up expenditures and revenues, and we'll see that on the revenue side in just a second. So here we are. Again, property tax cap is Joanne mentioned earlier, it'd be about just over $900,000. The new state aid formula, I don't know if you want to comment on that reduction, Joanne.
It's just the way the governor is doing, how he's comparing the state aid numbers. So it actually nets to about a $62,000 decrease based on the governor.
Right, yeah. It's that previous slide that she just explained. And building aid, again, it's coming in strong at about $850,000. Sales tax, she's going to hold the line on that until we get some additional information, because that's been predictable and unpredictable, I guess. It's kind of gone back and forth. At one point, they're saying the sales tax is going to be significantly impacted. Then it comes out that it hasn't been. People are spending a lot of money online and those types of things. So, that's helping us to maintain that state aid, that sales tax line. And that's a really important factor for us. Miscellaneous revenues, again, about $140,000 up, for a total of $979,766. And again, it between those, the tightening on the previous slide for our expenditures, tightening on the revenues, where we have better information, it's brought our gap down to about $251,000, which is very positive. So here's the recap. Here's our budget for 2021 is $38,171,727. We're looking at an increase of about a little over 1.2 million for a proposed total of $39,402,757. The budget to budget increase is about 3.2%. We're looking at the projected gap again of just over $251,000 with a levy limit increase of 3.81. So when we look at full value, the approximate increase is 32.81. But when we look at what we've always done in the town of Aurora, $100,000 assessed value, the property tax increase projected tax increase will be about $109, just a little less than $10 per month. And I think another important factor is the tax rate. Looking at an approximate, and again, Joan will know a much closer. About 2.36%. So budget, again, here it is. These are the considerations that we continue to look at as we move forward each board meeting. What does education look like during the pandemic? We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Future of state aid. Again, we're getting some more information, and some of that has been positive, so we're excited about that. Some things are changing and shifting in the right direction, and like I said, the Senate and Assembly have really helped us to move our positions forward. We're going to continue to maintain our facilities and engage in another capital outlay, which I think is really good for the district. Looking to stabilize that tax cap. It's been our goal to bring it down into that between 2 and 3% range on a consistent basis for our taxpayers. And then financial stability, of course, goes hand in hand with improving programs, offering things for students and supporting them, but also keeping us in good financial stay. And I think we've done that with the unappropriated fund balance. Really gives us some protection this year and will allow us to do some things for our students. One thing about the appropriated fund balance, a lot of that is one-time money, so we have to remember that. So that's not money that we would use to hire teachers for long-term, but it would be, like Dan mentioned, to support programs like summer programs. I'm going to talk about, if we're not able to come back full-time, what a program would look like for the fall in regard to temporary classrooms and those kinds of things. And those are the kinds of things we would use that unappropriated fund balance for those one-time expenses. So here we are already at March 17th. It's hard to believe. Some ways it feels like the year's flying by, and some days it feels like it's crawling by, but we'll be back on the 31st for our next meeting. Again, it'll be another budget workshop, and we'll really be hopeful to be able to tie it up so that, we're able to adopt it, because we get into, or very close to adopting the budget, because we get into April and things move pretty quickly. We'll know April 1st. We're hoping that the budget will pass, and that gives us a lot of good information. But again, it doesn't give us a lot of time to respond. And so, again, we'll go through all the necessary reportings that happen over the next several weeks in April and into May. And then our budget vote is May 18th. And that's for every school district across the entire state. So now, just any questions or discussion?
Well, let me just start by thanking you for closing such a significant portion of the gap already. That took a lot of work, and I certainly appreciate the efforts. That's a huge swing for us in terms of where we're at today, as opposed to where we've been in sort of in the past years with a much larger gap at this stage to have to contend with. So thank you to you, Brian and Joanne, and your administrative team for the hard work on making that happen.
Sure.
Anyone? Terry?
Could you go back to the Parkdale slide, please? That one. On here we have 2.0 FTEs, and next year we are hopefully adding just the one. I know currently all of the grades, with the exception of 2, have 6 sections. Therefore, there's 6 teachers in all grades, with the exception of 2nd grade, which has been a goal of ours to get 6 sections for all of the grades at Parkdale. But you have 2. So where would that one teacher go? I'm assuming that would go to 2nd grade, or why 2 if we were trying to keep 6 across the board?
Yeah. So, Jess, do you want to?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. If you want.
Yeah. Okay. I had 2 on there, Terry, for long-term goals. For our incoming kindergarten group. I have a placeholder in there for 2. I'm unsure of the numbers. They're high for this time of year right now. So I'm not sure what's going to pan out in the next couple of months and how many new registrants we're still going to get. We're at about 117 right now, which is high for March.
So that one that you have.
So the one in there, if kindergarten stayed fairly low, it would go to 2nd grade to make every grade level at 6.
Right.
But if kindergarten comes in high, we might have to add a 7th teacher at kindergarten for next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Terry, we may add both if we could afford it, right? Like say, for instance, all this stuff comes through. Well, we might add both of them now, and then we would take care of the kindergarten and also take care of 2nd grade. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and the goal is to maintain 6, but every once in a while, like we get like a really large class and we would need to add a 7th section. And that 7th section would then work its way through the elementary. So it would go from kindergarten to 1st grade to 2nd grade. And those things we can avoid. I mean, we don't like that because then there is some teacher shifting, but that happens. You know?
Right. Right. And I know our goal has been 6 for all sections.
Right.
When we were in there last night looking at the layouts of the classrooms, that's what we were thinking. If we are still at, let's say, social distancing next year, and we'll say that it's 3 feet as opposed to where currently we have to abide by the 6 feet rule. If it is at 3 feet in the fall, you could technically get 10 desks in there. So if you had 6 sections, then each classroom would have no more than 20 or even less.
Right. Well, you know, for kindergarten, for speaking specifically about kindergarten, that's our goal, is to keep it at 20 or less, you know, even in the upper teens, maybe 21 or 22, but you know, we like to shoot for that 20 number. Yes. And we can fit 20 desks. We can fit more than that and then we'll talk about that in a minute when we go through the next round of this, but yeah, so that's exactly what would happen. So the idea would be to maintain that, and that's usually kind of how it works. Yeah. So it's, you know, but again, we have every once in a while, we'll have a small class too. We might have 100 students. In that case, we would probably maintain 6 and they would just have lower class sizes in that particular class. But again, it's the idea of bringing consistency and predictability.
Right.
Because we used to, I mean, way back when, it used to be that way. And then when we hit the GEA, it was like all over the place. And, you know, we had 30 kids in a 4th grade classroom, which we would never normally do.
Okay.
Dan, you had a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. The here's my take on planning for the budget regarding reopening schools in September. I think the budget should be robust enough to ensure that we can reopen schools in September with full enrollment, all full in person, the way we would normally function, but with class sizes adequate to ensure safety. And so so if you feel, for instance, that there might be new guidance that allows for 3-foot spacing, and if you analyze those rooms and say that means in a room, those rooms at Parkdale are small, you know. So
Cut out for a minute. I don't know if you cut out for everyone or if it was just.
Yeah, Dan, we lost you there for a second.
I'm sorry. Everything's kind of making funny noises on my machine here too. What I'm saying is that I think when you analyze what you think your needs are going to be in the fall to reopen completely with all of our students there, if that means that you can't have more than 20 students in a class, I think we should ensure that there's enough flexibility in this budget to be able to do that. In other words, what I'm suggesting is that you add several unallocated teaching positions to this budget so that if you need to, at any particular grade level, you can add another section in order to make the class sizes small enough to ensure safety in each one of those classes. So what I don't want to see happen is that we make it so close in our allocation of staffing for the fall that you can't accommodate all of the children coming back. You need to be able to say, well, if I need a 7th teacher in this particular grade level in order to keep the class sizes at 19, for instance, so that you don't have to worry about the spacing and that it'll be comfortable and safe, then we should do that. And it may be a 1-year thing. Maybe class sizes of 19 are not sustainable over a long period of time. But they may be sustainable, and we may need to do it in order to reopen September 1 with everybody there. And that should be our goal, I think. Our goal should be reopening September 1 with everybody there in a safe manner. And if that means adding a few extra teachers to this budget as unallocated so that you can, at the last minute, add positions where you need to have them at whatever grade levels, then I think we should do that.
I certainly think that's everybody's goal without question. And I don't disagree with you, Dan, that we make the budget in a way that would allow for that to happen. Brian, do we know whether that would also require us to provide a remote option? Do we have any sense yet as to whether, beyond the social distancing guidelines being changed, is there going to be some change to whether or not we need to offer a full remote option for people moving forward once school, once those guidelines change?
Yeah, that I don't know. I think for the remainder of this school year, yes. And that's in our survey, what we asked, would you stay full remote? And I'll be sharing that, or would you be wanting to come back full time? That is for this school year. I don't know. There hasn't been any. Could that be a possibility if we're still, dealing with the virus and we're, depending on the social distancing aspects, could the state say, you need to offer that as an option? Yeah, sure, it's possible. I haven't heard anything about that at this point in time.
It would just add to the budget number, right? Like you now need to account for not just all those schools, all the kids being in and full in person, but also then
Right.
accommodating what I would anticipate being a smaller number, but nonetheless
Yes.
would add to our staffing requirements to be able to have teachers available to teach full remote sessions while they're all, because they couldn't also do that full in person.
Right. Yeah. It depends on how it lays out and how many students there are, and that would be probably particularly true at Parkdale.
Right.
And maybe easier to manage at the middle and high schools. Because so at Parkdale, the delivery is a 2-hour delivery from one teacher, where there's delivery from 6 teachers in the remote models for the middle and high school.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Definitely much
So-
easier to handle there than it is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Parkdale is unique.
So is there any problem with assuming for this budget that for the fall, we will not have a hybrid model, that we will have a full in-person model and a remote model?
Well, you know what it is, Dan, I wouldn't know that until it depends on the legislation, what they would say, because if we have to still maintain 6 feet of social distance, I have a plan I'll be sharing for Parkdale that we're still working on, but the amount of available space in the middle school and high school is very, very limited. And so it would be a much bigger challenge under these current conditions. What I'm hopeful is that the 3 feet distance, and if, we've already gone through that process. Like I'm saying, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, so I'll be talking about it in a minute, but we've gone that process to examine our rooms, set them up for 3 feet of social distance, and will that work for us? And it appears it will.
Terry, your
And
hands, I don't know if you had a
So
or
it's 6 feet versus 3 feet. That's the big.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And even if we stay at 6 feet, I've already tried to temporarily, I've worked through a plan for Parkdale, but not all the details. But I'll be sharing that anyway in a little bit.
Well, the budget has to accommodate any option that we are forced to do.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Anyone
I'm
else
sorry.
with questions on the budget?
Well, yeah, one more question on the gap. You know, Joanne said that there's some potential that the legislative budget, the final budget that the governor signs, will almost close that gap.
Right.
Because you know that potentially the gap could be closed by additional revenues as opposed to needing to cut on the expenditure side. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to add these additional positions that I think we're going to need, and still not have a gap. That it'll be a balanced budget. So we'll have to hold our breath for the next few weeks. It strikes me that we may need an additional meeting in the first part of April, because if there's no meeting between March 31st and April 21st, it might very well be that we'll need a meeting in the beginning of April, because if we don't have the revenue picture on March 31st, let's say the budget is passed on April 1st or April 2nd, we may need a meeting a few days later to finalize some of the thoughts about this budget, rather than waiting till April 21st when we have to adopt it. So
Yeah,
I think about that.
That's probably true, Dan, because Joanne, you thought you weren't going to have the numbers from the state until March 31st, right, to make those final determinations?
I probably won't have the numbers from the state until April 1st, but my plan
Right.
is to try to close the gap with reserves and the use of reserves and appropriating fund balance until we have the state numbers. And then I would just back that off once we have the state numbers, so that we don't get into the problem that we had when we became the most fiscally stressed.
So you're anticipating presenting us with a balanced budget on March 31st?
Yeah.
Correct. And then the only changes I would make would be on the revenue side when we have better numbers.
That would make sense if we can, if you can give us a list of the one-time expenditures that additional appropriated fund balance would be allocated towards.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then I guess I would ask folks to, I'm looking ahead to April. Break week is the week of the 12th?
No, it's the week of the 5th.
The 5th.
Yeah.
So
we need the 14th, Mary Beth.
we need the 14th. So I'm just going to ask folks to tentatively schedule in a budget workshop only. There would be no other agenda items that night for April 14th. Just pencil that in. It may be that we don't need it if Joanne's able to provide that detail, but to the extent that somehow the rails come off a little bit, I'm just going to ask folks to pencil that in for April 14th, but we will know on the 31st whether that meeting will be necessary. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions for Brian on the budget? I want to thank you, Brian and Joanne, and again, your administrative team for your hard work on that. I'm very encouraged.
Yeah, no, it is. There's some good news. There's definitely good news. Dan, I also want to let you know, I guess we're going to see a reopening guidance from the state in early May. So that will be like guidance for reopening in the fall. So stay tuned.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. I just think that since by early May we will already have a budget, I think we need to provide whatever flexibility is in there so that we can accommodate it. People are raring to go. Obviously, you can tell that. And so I think we need to be ready. And you've already taken a big step with the Wednesday situation and moving towards being able to respond quickly if the 3-foot distance is approved. All those things are heading us in the right direction. We're taking steps to ensure safety and the restoration of normalcy. So I encourage you to continue to do that. I wonder if it's possible, before we move on to the next agenda item, to take a short break.
I was gonna suggest a short break. Dan, you beat me to it. But yeah, I'm gonna suggest we take a little, I'm gonna split the difference and say 7 minutes. You got 7 minutes, folks.
Thank you.
All right, and then we'll start, move on to our update on reopening in the hybrid model. I'm just gonna ask all the board members to turn their videos on when they're back, so we know that everyone's returned. Somebody's music needs to get muted. Thank you.
Forgive me, I had my video turned off because I'm eating a sandwich.
That's okay. I just need to know who's back and who's not. So, John, and I'm just missing Judy Malice. There you are.
She's there.
Judy. Okay. All right. All the board members are back. We are moving on in our agenda on items for board discussion, the update on the hybrid learning model. Brian, why don't you start? Why don't you tell us where we're at on our plan to come back Wednesdays, come back full-time this year, come back full-time next year?
Yeah, so yeah, we were able to pull together a date to return for Parkdale on Wednesday. So that's been the most recent adjustment on the week of I think it's the 12th. We will be of April, which I think is April 14th. We'll be coming back in-person learning at Parkdale for half days. So we're excited about that. You know, we had to, Jessica and I and Matt, you're working with the teachers just to coordinate all the changes, and Cindy is helping also with some of the special programming that we need to make adjustments to on Wednesdays. So the crew is working together to make all of that happen over the next several weeks. So we're excited that that's in the works and will be taking place shortly. We also, I've been working with the Erie Niagara Superintendents Association. We recently sent a letter to Commissioner Rosa asking her to consider the data around moving from 6 feet to 3 feet of social distancing. And then we just sent a letter to the governor's office this Monday with supporting data that shows that, in other areas of the country, in other areas of the state, it's not so much there's a few cases in the state. Onondaga County is now moving to a 3 feet social distance, and that's like the county of Syracuse. There's some discussion in Monroe, which is Rochester, and in Buffalo, but those two Department of Health both spoke out in regard to maintaining 6 feet of social distance at this point in time. So we have asked the governor and his team and the Howard Zucker, who is the commissioner for the New York State Department of Health, to examine the data that we're offering and all the data that they have to consider that option. And if that's the case for us, building principals have been looking at their buildings and looking in their classrooms, setting them up to see if 3 feet would make enough difference to be able to bring back our students full time. And we believe that is the case. It's not perfect. There's certain spaces that it may not work as well as others, but we'll be able to get through that.
And how quickly, if that change were to be made, do we think we would be ready to transition each building to full-time?
Yeah, in our letter that the Erie Niagara Superintendents Association, we were shooting for the week of April 26th, just to give the state some type of guideline. We don't want to come back too soon because there's a lot of adjustments that need to be made. Transportation, food service. We haven't served any lunches, at Parkdale itself. We provide lunches for students who need them, but we don't serve them at school right now. Jessica has to completely revamp her from a half day to a full day schedule. The remote learning option is another issue there as well that we would have to consider how we're going to deliver that instruction. We may actually need to hire some additional temporary teachers to make that happen, or teacher aides, depending on how that model unfolds. So there's a lot of work to be done around that. We are already having those discussions, but there's a lot to consider before we can move forward. So if we came back on April 26th, that would give us about 6 weeks to bring kids back. And I think what it would be nice, is it going to make an enormous impact on instruction? I mean, it'll have a positive impact, of course, but I think where the greatest benefit is for the socialization, bringing kids back to normalcy, more routine, what we're typically used to as we prepare to come back full time in the fall. Yeah.
And if we have to continue to offer the remote model, but we're also then offering full in-person instruction, does that mean some of our students may have a shift in who their teacher might be those last 6 weeks of school?
Yeah. That is possible. Again, we'd have to. Again, there's a lot of scheduling adjustments that, like I said, especially at Parkdale, that need to happen. Could that lead to then maybe a different instructor for the remainder of the year? That is a possibility.
Just as
I
long
think we're
as they're aware, just as long as that's out there, that people sort of understand that may.
Yeah. We would try to avoid that, of course. We would try to avoid that, but it is certainly a possibility.
Well, I'm really just thinking at Parkdale because the remote teachers also teach in person during the other part of the half day. So if their full class is now back in, short of them sort of doing synchronous instruction to their remote learners, I'm not sure how that wouldn't be a real possibility for one hour.
You're saying would be a synchronous live, almost like the middle school and high school model. They would have to shift to that, and for 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds and students with special needs, sometimes that would not be a conducive model. We're gonna have to work through that and see what it looks like.
But in any event, if it's 3 feet, you think in all 3 buildings that gets it back in full time after some period of getting that all in place.
Yeah, and I would say, I know that some of our parents have been expressing concerns about us moving forward, but our hands are really tied because we need to follow the safety protocols that the experts are putting forward, and that's the Department of Health and the CDC, and they kind of work hand in hand. And so I'd like to ask parents, to consider turning to asking their representatives, contacting the Department of Health directly, contacting the state directly to express their concerns about coming back full time. And we only can come back full time if it's safe. That's what we need to determine. But what we need to happen is that we need to examine the data that will tell us that it's safe. Once that's determined, then we can move forward. But until that happens, it makes it very, very difficult. I know some schools are.
I think that that was sort of one of the letters we got for this evening was, what can we do to help move this dial a little bit? And I think, it's important for everyone to be reaching out to say, hey, follow the data, right? Because there hasn't been school spread. Maybe that's a 6-foot distancing, but maybe that's something more, because for schools that are back and in full in person, if that's not happening, I just am not seeing why that guidance can't change. And if they can, contact the governor's office, contact state ed, and contact the health departments, then, a push from not just superintendents and school boards, but a push from parents to those entities to say, we want to be back in person. Everybody's doing what they can, and we're ready to go, but you need to change those guidelines so that we're in compliance when we do it.
Right. And I think that's the one thing I'd say is that I think we're all on the same pages. We all want to be back. We want to be back full time, 5 days per week. But again, like I said, it has to be safe and appropriate for all students and for our staff as well. And so we just need to examine that data. We need the experts to do that for us. So we did a survey as well, and we asked about. And we're gonna publish the survey probably tomorrow, because what we did is we asked parents to respond for each of their children, so that because obviously sometimes your child at Parkdale, their needs are different than your child at the middle school, and so we asked them to fill out a survey and indicate if they would prefer to come back 5 days per week, full time, or stay remote. And so I'm just going to pull that up if you give me 1 second. I'll give you some data on this. Thank Matt Leibrock for pulling this together for me. So we fortunately, and this took us some time to get all these responses. So we got 1,572 responses out of 1,686 possibilities. So it's about 93%. So feel pretty good about that. But we had to, we had to call families and we had to send out multiple requests to make that happen. So it took us a little bit of time. And what we found is that about 151 students would want to come back full remote, and 1,421 students would want to come back full time. Now, what we also gave parents an opportunity to do is make comments. And so what I thought was kind of interesting was that there's many comments, and we're going to share all those comments with our community. But 60 of them were in favor of full return, and 51 of them were in favor of a hybrid model. So we didn't even offer the option of a hybrid model, but there are a number of comments in the totality that are saying that that hybrid is kind of working for them right now, and the idea of maintaining that for this school year. I think most people want to come back certainly in September, full time. But right now there's kind of a mix of responses, and then there's a couple hundred other responses that have various statements and questions for us and things like that we're going through. But there was a number of people that really are saying that this hybrid model is working for them. So those are all the types of things that we have, and there's some questions about could we maintain a hybrid model, a remote model, and in-person model, and it would be I think it would certainly be a challenge. And the idea is we want kids back full time, because it's always best if they're here in front of their teacher in this environment, socially, socializing with their friends, and being able to be involved in all those other types of activities that we know are very important. So we really want them to come back full time. Some are not able to do that, and they'll choose remote, because the ones that would be in hybrid would actually be coming back to if it goes to 3 feet in environments that's less socially distant. So it would be like them coming back to a typical classroom. And so we really would probably move forward with a model that was either full-time in 4 or 5 days a week. We also talked about, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit. I'm going to ask Bill and Matt to talk a little bit about what Friday and Wednesdays look like at the high school and middle school, because there's been some questions about, is there any way we can come back there as well? And each school is different. I was mentioning earlier, at Parkdale, we have a schedule that's half days, right? So that schedule has to be completely reworked. Now, they had a schedule in place for full-time in case we did make an adjustment during the year. But now that we've moved forward, that has to be adjusted again. Where the middle school and high school would pretty much maintain their schedules the way they are, because they're already set up for full days of instruction. And so but again, now Wednesdays, what's happening at middle school and high school is very different than what's happening at Parkdale. And so I'm going to ask both of them to kind of share some of the things that are happening and why it's so important and why it's difficult to move away. Because when we look at the remote model right now, we have 65 students about at the middle school and around 100 at the high school. The remote students there's about 10 at each grade level at Parkdale. And so those students work with one teacher. So the remote students have one teacher. We have one teacher at each grade level that teaches all the remote. And there's about 10 to 12, I would say, is probably a better estimate. So there's one teacher that they need to engage with, where the remote kids at the middle school and high school are engaging with 5 or 6 or sometimes 7 teachers throughout their remote experience. So those Wednesdays are really important, because they have to touch base with so many different people just to get their questions answered, clarify things and those types of stuff. But I'll leave it to the guys to explain all of that. So that's something that we have to consider as well. Like, would we come back 5 full days a week for this? I would say certainly for September we would, but for this transition for the rest of the year, it may be in the best interest of our students to do a 4 full days, and Wednesdays would be as it is right now, or some form of that. Again, there's discussion around that too. So they're working on that. We also are running a vaccination clinic in our school. I think we might be one of the only school districts so far that's been able to pull that off. Again, Lisa Brown has worked really tirelessly working with TOPS, CDS, and finally size, thank goodness, came through for us. And so we're scheduling that clinic for next Wednesday. And, we have about 100 people signed up right now, which is really great. And that will bring us to a significant percentage. I don't know exactly what that is right now of our staff, not only our teachers and our aides, but all of our B&G administrators, secretarial staff that will be vaccinated again, which makes our environment that much safer and makes it much more, doable to bring kids back full time. They've talked to us about the possibility of vaccinating students, sometime maybe over the summer. There's some trials out there right now that are looking at students 12 and over, and some are going down. I think Pfizer is actually testing it on children that are as young as 6 months. And so so that will also then again, it's one more step to making it the environment as safe as it possibly can be. Let's say, so we're working on it. I'm also thinking about if we don't go to a 3-foot social distance, what does it look like now and for September? Again, now it will be really difficult unless we violate the Department of Health's guidelines. There's a lot of liability there. They're saying that that's safe. They are the experts, and we have followed their guidelines through this whole process. I know some people are interpreting it differently, and I understand, like I said, in Onondaga County, the director of health there is interpreting it differently and allowing their schools to move to a 3-foot social distance. But that is not what's happening here or in most of the state. And so, and that's not only in most of the state, in most of the country, people are in some form of hybrid models. A lot of schools like the city of Buffalo is just coming back, right? They've been fully remote for the first 7 months of the year. And so it's a wide range. So we, so looking at it for the fall, if say 3-foot social distancing doesn't come to pass, I've been re-examining the spaces with Jessica at Parkdale in regard to using our spaces differently. We have some rental of our space and those kinds of things. What can we do differently in regard to opening as many classrooms as we possibly can? And that would also include renting temporary classrooms that would be on the outside of school, on the back lawn. And how many would we have to rent to indeed open up full time K through 4? So that's a work in progress, but that's what's important about that, like one-time funds from the federal government, one-time funds like our appropriated fund balance. We can use those monies to pay for those rentals, which are not, as you can imagine, which are not cheap. We're trying to get some final numbers, but it looks somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $50,000 per classroom. So, if you had 10 classrooms, you're talking $500,000. I don't know, I'm just throwing out rough numbers. But then when looking at the spaces at the middle school, high school, it's much more difficult. There's very few spaces left in both of those buildings. There is some phys ed space, there is cafeteria space, but when you have kids back full time, you have to serve them lunch. They have to take phys ed classes. So there's very few open classrooms or flexible spaces, because we would need, 25 spaces, right, to make it happen if we were going to come back under a 6-foot social distance and bring kids back full time. So are there alternatives to that? Yeah, it's possible, but it is definitely far more difficult at the other two buildings.
But you're going to put numbers together on temporary classrooms for those buildings as well, then, and what that additional personnel cost would be, whether it be aides or additional teaching staff.
Yeah, for sure.
Is the 25 spaces for combined high school and middle school, or each?
No, it would probably be, it's like when we look at the number of classrooms that are in session at any one time, are there open like classrooms at different times during the day? So that would help. But if we look at the number of teachers, right, that are delivering instruction, they're not delivering instruction every single period. So there's some, so they could leave their space, and could we make that happen? It's possible. But, and I'll let Bill and Matt kind of speak to that. But there's just a limit to doing that. And so we would need, if we just look at the number of sections at each, so there's 6 sections at each, if you double it, because you have to have double the spaces, it would be another 24 spaces. If you, so say you had the kid, you understand. So if we have there's 5th through 8th grade, and there's 6 sections, so 24 sections, and that doesn't include specials and all that other stuff. So you would have, they would need, if they were going to be taught all day long, we'd have to have 2 homerooms, you know, like for, okay, Nina Arndt teaches 5th grade, there would have to be a counterpart for Nina Arndt or an aide in another space that she would be instructing to. And so could they be in a space that somebody left? Easier said than done. But like I said, I'll let the guys speak to that in just a second.
So it's 25 for the middle school and 25 for the high school.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just looking at the number of sections, you know, and again, at the high school, it's different. It's a lot easier at the middle school because basically speaking, we have that many teachers at each grade level, where like the English teachers teach all different levels, but I don't know, Bill, you want to comment on that or?
It actually might be a perfect time to introduce the idea of a large field house. When you think of what they have over in Orchard Park. No, Brian, I was going to say I'm very impressed. I think you're right on with that. You know, there's probably about 25 sections, you know, it might be shy of 25. Maybe 20 is a little bit more accurate, but you're very close. So I'm impressed.
Yeah. So and there's very little space. There's just almost all the spaces are used in both of the buildings. Correct. I mean, there's some open spaces like the multi-purpose room that, I mean, they use that for music and things like that. But any other thoughts like in your building besides the cafeteria, the gyms?
That's just it, Brian. At the middle school, we just don't have classrooms that are larger. We have the multi-purpose room, we have the cafeteria, the gymnasiums, but the classrooms are all fairly small with a few exceptions. But we have 21 sections, so that was the number at the middle school. It'd be right around that 21. And obviously, can we get a little bit creative? Sure, but there are very, very few empty classrooms. Actually, there's no empty classrooms at this point this year. So it would definitely be a challenge.
Yeah. So that's what we're working on. So I'm really hopeful that they'll be able to do something with the social distancing piece. Like I said, I think we can make a plan under that model for Parkdale that could work because we do have some flexibility. You know, we rent out our spaces. Tabosi's, the club has space in our building. There are a few spaces like the STEAM labs and the commons areas that we can pull back. So when we pull all of that together, and then we rent so many outdoor classrooms, you know, I think we really could make it happen. It won't be easy, but you know, it won't be because anytime you have outdoor classrooms, especially if you have somewhere between 5 and 10, it's a lot. The classrooms are designed like classroom spaces. They have restrooms inside, those kinds of things. So, yeah, just setting it up and those kinds of things. So,
and then if you were using aides in that model as opposed to additional teaching staff, do you anticipate rotating that throughout the school day or every other day, or like how do you envision that working with a teacher and perhaps an aide in another classroom?
Right. So like, just let's say they may not be side by side because they're going to transmit the they're going to the teacher will be in one classroom and they'll be live streaming it to the other classroom, wherever that may be. Ideally, it would be next door, and then the aide would be in that space. And then the teacher and the aide would switch like throughout the day or every other day. Something like that would happen. Might need some additional instruction depending on the needs of the students again, how those models are going to occur, you know, what type of support they need. So it could be like consultant teacher or, so those types of things would happen too. So we may need to hire some additional staff in terms of teaching staff to make it work. But I think all of that is possible. And again, like I said, Love to see it happen in middle school and high school, but it just, and I think honestly, that's pretty much the case with most school districts. You just eventually run out of space. Like Iroquois, they were able to reconfigure over the last couple of weeks. Their kindergarten and first grade have come back. I think I don't know if in all their buildings, but I know in at least one of their buildings, their kindergarten and first grade have come back full time because they had some additional open spaces. They were able to do it, but they did have to change teachers in some cases and those types of things. But they were able to make that happen because they had just a little bit more flexibility than we do. Judy, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about it from the medical point of view. What happens with these variants if we end up with more community spread? Are we then responsible? Has the state set any percentage of amount that we can't go over? And are we responsible then for testing again like we did before?
Yes, Judy. So what the DOH does is they actually monitor our data on a daily basis.
Right.
And so when we hit a certain percentage, it triggers like a red flag, and then they intervene. And so there was some question like at Parkdale in January, we had a number of cases, like the most we've had, like there's I think 11 cases over 3 weeks. We called the DOH to ask them about it ourselves because for us it was a lot. And what they said is that we were only at like 1.7%. So they said, first of all, we won't even look at your data until you hit 3. So when you hit 3%, that's kind of the trigger for them. And then they'll look at the case. And if they see spread within our buildings, then they would close the building.
Okay.
For a certain period, for a quarantine period of time. And then they'll say you have to close for 10 or 14 days or whatever they determine is appropriate, depending on how that spread occurred. And so when we asked them, they said not only are your percentage below 3, so we wouldn't look, or we wouldn't be concerned, but also there was no spread within the community, within our school community. So therefore, even if it was at 3 and there was no spread internally, they would still allow you to stay open. But that is a possibility that if we come back in close circumstances, that we could see a higher rate of spread and they could then push us back to a remote model. Yeah, that is possible.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So, go ahead, Jess.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish your thought. I just wanted to kind of clarify where we are in all the various stages when we're ready.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Matt and Bill to talk a little bit about what Wednesdays look like in each of their buildings. Matt, you want to go ahead?
Can everyone's hand go down if they don't have a pending question? Thanks. Thank you. You too, Brian. But now you're muted.
Matt, why don't you go? Go ahead.
I'm actually, Brian, if you don't mind, I'm going to have Bill start off and kind of piggyback on him if you're okay with that. Okay.
William?
All right. I just said it, obviously with Parkdale returning on Wednesdays, prepared a couple of thoughts and I can go into greater detail if the board feels it's necessary. But I just want to start by saying that Matt and I start our day every day before 7 o'clock, usually on our first or maybe second cup of coffee, talking on the phone. And many days that's evaluating what we're doing in great scrutiny. And although our schools are different, varying ages and grade levels, I'm sure many of you know that our philosophy is very similar, and the logistics between the two schools are numerous, and we go hand in hand. So I guess I wanted to say that I'm proud of the model at the high school and at the middle school, and that I meet and talk on a regular basis with high school administrators, colleagues from across Western New York. Both Matt and our own children are experiencing other models, and I believe, and Matt, you can can chime in a little bit, that our teachers, our students, our teacher aides, clerical staff, custodians are offering an experience that we should all be proud of. We've found that Wednesdays truly are the glue that holds this model together. At the high school, our students currently receive 4 full days of instruction every week. 2 days in person, 2 days via Google Meet. That's pretty unique across Western New York. As of this past Wednesday, approximately 20% of the high school students are fully remote. And that includes those that are full-time fully remote, plus those who are on quarantine. And we do anticipate that the vast majority of those would stay remote if we go back to 5 days before the end of the year. We believe that the model that we've designed addresses the current unique needs of our students. And I know that some of the board members are maybe more aware of some of those unique needs through conversations that we've had. And we think that we're meeting those to the best of our ability. And these are needs, as I've said to many of you, that I have never seen at East Aurora High School. And that's now almost 20 years of being at East Aurora High School. I also want to say that with the plan that I have, and I've talked to Mr. Mambretti about it and Mr. Russ about this, the plan that I have for the end of the year, including what we're going to do in June, if we were to go back to bringing students or move forward with having students on Wednesdays after the spring recess, it's really going to come down to 4 school days for each of our student groups that we're discussing right now. So if the board feels it's necessary, I can share a lengthy list of specifics that are going on Wednesday, or if you want Matt to speak. But I'm more than prepared to share the specifics of what's happening on Wednesdays.
Terry, you have a question?
So Bill, if we were to go back to 3 feet, so what you're proposing is you would like to keep Wednesdays so the kids are not in school, so you could use that to help the remote students? Or am I totally missing that?
So this, I think what we're talking specifically here is if we maintain the 6 feet of social distance. Okay. If we go to a 3-foot social distance and our number of remote students stays the same, then that's where Mr. Russ is saying that 5 full days of instruction isn't going to meet the needs of all of our students. We'd have to look at a different, and I've got a couple different proposals that I've shared with Brian regarding what Wednesday would look like.
So maybe not. Why don't you give us some highlights about Wednesdays then? Because that's, I think, important for people to hear why Wednesday is different for the middle school and the high school.
Okay. So again, and Mr. Russ mentioned this earlier, keep in mind that our students are juggling between 6 to 7 teachers throughout the day. Our teachers offer office hours, every department. Those take place all day long. And as Mr. Russ noted earlier, that's essential for those 20% of our students who are remote, an opportunity for students to connect with their teachers. Unique to East Aurora High School, we've been offering clubs all year long, and those take place all day on Wednesday. Another way that our students are meeting the social needs that they have, and also still continuing to push forward the momentum that so many of our clubs have. Our teachers are using that time to reteach, to review, to specifically focus on study skills, many of those via our Google Meets. We are, as I mentioned earlier, working with students who've been absent or quarantined. Some of our teachers are meeting virtually with their entire class. We're seeing that with many of our advanced placement classes. We're organizing and distributing remote learning materials every other Wednesday for, again, as of this last Wednesday, 120 students. Our student support team, our special ed team, and our co-teachers meet many times, as Travis would tell you, for hours to address the student concerns and students in crisis. Our teachers are working with students individually all day long outside of those organized office hours through Google Meets. Teachers are administering make-up tests and quizzes. We're communicating with parents and students in regards to student progress and providing additional supports for students and for families. Our teachers are setting up labs and classrooms with distancing protocols and adjustments to materials so our students have meaningful and safe lab experiences. We even had to recreate our open house and made it a virtual program over the last couple of weeks. We're bringing some students in on Wednesdays. Students are completing a consistent amount of assignments independently at home on Wednesdays. Teachers are conducting review sessions. Our clubs are actually competing. An example of a masterminds, Envirothon. They're competing on Wednesdays because the majority of districts have the time to do that on Wednesday. Our teachers are converting materials to electronic formats on Wednesdays. Teachers literally, as you heard a couple weeks ago, are going door to door, dropping off materials on Wednesdays. Teachers are creating tutorial videos, and every month we coordinate a social event for our seniors, and that takes place on Wednesdays. So again, I have probably 10 pages of things that are going on Wednesdays. I pulled out the highlights for you tonight.
I think that's good for us to hear, because it's, you know, I think sometimes the perception in the public is that, you know, Wednesdays are a day off. And it's really not a day off, right? And there's a lot of work that goes on Wednesdays, and we all sit here and we all know that that's true. But I do think it's important for people to hear all of that. I am concerned about the volume of work that gets done for those who need it the most being lost if we come back. And I think you made the point, Bill, that if we were to start after the break, we really are talking about 4 days of instruction for the blue group. You know, it's 8 total days, 4 for one group, 4 for the other group. What would we be losing versus what are we gaining? It's that risk versus reward. And so thank you for that idea. That sort of, because I kind of came in saying, why not the high school? Why not the middle school? And that's an easy thing to land on when you're looking at it from the outside. But I think it's important. So thank you for that. That helps me understand. I hope it helps others understand. Anybody else have a question about the Wednesdays on the high school side? Matt, I assume your laundry list of things that occurs on Wednesdays is the same.
Right. Yeah. If you don't mind, I just have a couple of additional points. Bill did an exceptional job of explaining, you know, the conversations that he and I have, and we don't just have these conversations, you know, about Wednesdays. It's about the whole programming, like he said, almost every single day. The one thing that I thought of in regard to the Wednesdays that really was kind of like my aha moment is we have so many meetings, SST meetings, to support our students who are 100% remote, our students who are in the hybrid, our students who are here 4 days a week. And we're meeting constantly all the time with our counselors, our psychologists, and our teachers. And one of the things that has really made me feel very proud and happy is when we're at these meetings, the teachers know the students, they know their emotional needs, they know their academic needs. And I'm not just talking about the students who are in person, I'm talking about the students who are remote. Some of these teachers have never met the student in person, and they know so much about them and their needs and what we need to do to support them. And I just feel like Wednesday is that time where they can connect one-on-one with students or in small groups or provide supports or help a child get caught up that they're a little bit behind. And in middle school, It's easy for that snowball to take place. You get a little behind, you're a little unorganized, and then it becomes very difficult to get out of. And that Wednesday is that time where teachers are constantly giving students that support. So I really do agree with everything that Bill said. Yes, there's some little nuances that are different at the high school and at the middle school. But, for example, I walk around today and teachers are right in front of their screen, just talking with the students. It's a very busy day. Oftentimes Wednesdays go by even faster because they are so busy, with that screen time, as well as with meetings about students and addressing their needs. At the middle school, very similar. We currently have the Arts and Crafts Club, Latin Club, Talent Show, Student Council, Explorers Club, the Newspaper Club. We just added that as part of our student council. So we have all kinds of club opportunities for our students, and we're seeing many students participate in that. We're also providing AIS services on Wednesdays remotely for some students in the hybrid where it can't really fit in their schedule when they're in person very well. So we'll enhance the AIS services on Wednesdays, as well as our students who are remote. And then in addition is just the office hours and the constant meetings that are taking place. And like Bill, I could go through a list of other things, but I think that, in general, I think you have a pretty good picture of what takes place. But if you have questions, please let me know.
And you're both confident that if the social distancing requirement were to be reduced from 6 feet to 3 feet, as the Superintendent's Association has asked the governor to examine and the Department of Health to examine, that we could bring the kids back full in before the end of the year.
As far as the space and everything goes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that, like what Bill alluded to earlier, some of it would depend on the number of students who are still working remotely and how would we support those students. So I believe fully that we would be able to get all of the students back in the building who want to be here on a full-time basis. I think the one question that we would consider is, what would that Wednesday look like? Would there be a portion of that Wednesday that we would still have some of the things that we've just discussed, those opportunities for both teachers and students. But yeah, I'm very confident that we could turn that around as quickly as possible. There's obviously, it's going to take some time, but we're already starting to prepare for that.
And at the high school, we could accommodate it as well. We may have to change a couple room locations depending on the class sizes. And obviously I'm interested in the guidance around the lunchroom and the guidance around transportation. Those are some things that we'll need guidance on. But from a classroom standpoint, we can accommodate it for sure.
There's one comment I'll add that Bill just brought up. We asked because and one of the parents mentioned it, that I did receive some information a few weeks ago that I was hoping to share, that we may be moving forward in this direction, and then it kind of stopped there, and we weren't able to move forward. And those kinds of things happen all the time, just because new evidence is, or they examined something and it didn't make sense, or whatever reason. They made that choice not to move forward. But at that time, we were talking about transportation and also the cafeteria, that the 3 feet of social distance needs to apply in all settings, or it really just throws the whole thing off kilter, because we can't have 6 feet of social distance on the bus, because we wouldn't be able to get the kids here in time, unless you ran multiple starts and end times for the day, and that's possible. But they really need to think that this 3 feet of social distance needs to apply to all settings, and it needs to be safe in all settings before we can move forward. So we did ask them that in our correspondence with the governor's office to provide a thorough guidance not just say, okay, it's okay in this circumstance, but not under these conditions. And so the 6 feet of social distance on our buses, in every bus, has been really challenging. But 3 feet makes it much more reasonable. So that's what we need as well, for all those pieces to flow nicely.
And you've been pushing for that as part of your superintendent's association and your administrative associations.
Yes, we have. Yeah, it's sometimes, and I understand it. There's a lot of things that Department of Health and the CDC and the governor's office and state eds are thinking about. There's a lot on their plate, but we just reminded them that's critically important to making it function.
Well, I do want to sort of emphasize that across the board, everybody's goal is to get kids back full time in school. I don't know why there seems to be this continual perception that that's not the goal, but that obviously is the goal from everybody's perspective. One of the things that sort of has this smattering that comes up in the letters we've gotten over the last few weeks is some notion that the teachers don't want to be in full time in person, and that there's some list or a teacher's list of demands from the union. I mean, I know there's not. Let me just preface it by saying I am fully respectful of our teachers and the demands on them this year and the amount of effort that they have gone in to go above and beyond in providing our kids instruction. So I don't take please don't, I hope the union doesn't take my question as being any slight on them whatsoever. I think this board appreciates them. I know our administrators appreciate them. This is not about that. It's just there's this public comments about some list of demands, and I just want to be able to assure the public and that that's not accurate. And I think they need to hear it from our administrative team.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to mention that before we end this conversation, is that that assertion is just not true. There are no demands from our teachers union, and Bill said, I'll say this, I'm extremely proud of what they've accomplished this year and what they've done for our students and the opportunities they have provided, not just our teacher, but our teacher aides, secretaries, buildings and grounds crew, administrators, everybody who is in the Board of Ed has been incredibly supportive. Everybody who's been involved in making this work, I am very proud, as Bill said, of what we have accomplished. And there has been no discussion at all with the union that there has to be certain demands made. I think the union is concerned about doing it in a safe way, which we all are. The idea of vaccinations is really important. So we work together to get this clinic up and running. We've provided a number of opportunities for our teachers to attend other clinics, and they've taken advantage of that. There's obviously certain members of our staff that are in closer contact with students, like aides and teachers and administrators. Some of the buildings and ground school and some of the cleaners don't come in contact with them as much, but nonetheless, we want as many people vaccinated as we possibly can, again, to just create the safest environment possible, so that when we do come back, it is indeed successful. But there is no list of demands. If anything, we've had a very cooperative and positive experience, making this happen. And again, I'm very proud of everyone's work. So that just is not the case.
And we're proud of them too, Brian. I hope you can relay that message to the teachers as well, that we appreciate all their hard work this year. It's been challenging for everyone, and I don't mean that to sound like it's not been challenging to parents either. I fully recognize how challenging this year has been for everybody. But our goal is we are prioritizing full in-person learning, getting there once the social distancing requirements are lifted, and looking at what we need to do in the fall to make it happen in the fall if social distancing isn't lifted, and providing the Board of Education with what those costs associated with making that happen might look like, so we can see whether or not that's capable of being done for the fall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you have more you wanted to talk about this evening, Brian, on reopening? Or?
You know what? I'll just turn it over to the crew. I don't know if anyone else has any comments they'd like to share. Nope, looks good. Okay.
So
Yeah,
before we move on, I just want to look. What's that? Go ahead. No, go ahead, Brian.
I just had a question to Jessica. Jessica, I know at a prior meeting, we had heard a similar list of things that your teachers were doing at Parkdale on Wednesdays. I know it's completely different because in middle school and high school, the kids can interact and they have the clubs and all the things that they need socially. So now that your teachers will not have Wednesdays, when are they doing that stuff?
We were doing, we're offering some special ed services and support services that we've been meeting about. We just had a meeting this morning, actually, to start to rethink where those can be offered or how they can be offered in different ways with that, because increasing the instruction by 2.5 hours is very beneficial. So that's where we're trying to find different ways, different avenues to offer the support services and the special ed services. And then we have a lot of like student support meetings and that we're just redoing schedules and reworking things and finding other places for those things to happen, whether it be in the early morning or the middle of the day when they have their planning period.
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I hope that everyone, all parents, realize that we have to think of not just the kids who are going to school. We have to think of the kids that are remote. And sometimes I feel like they're the ones that are lost. We really need to make sure that they are getting everything they need as well. And again, 20% of the high school who are fully remote. I mean, if Wednesdays is something that you really need to make sure that those 20% of students get everything they need, then we need to keep that in mind, because it's not just a certain set of students we need to think about. It's every student in this district. And sometimes I think that gets lost.
So thanks, Terry. That we sort of late in the hour, it was a little bit before 8 o'clock, we got another letter from a parent that was addressed to Mr. Russ and the Board of Education from Heather Sprague. I think that I was forwarded to all of you just before 8 o'clock. I'm not going to take this, it's late, given the lateness of the hour. I'm not going to take the time to read it now just because it wasn't within the time frame, but I do want to sort of talk about just one of the comments in there is that we as a public school should no longer be our job to support the remote students, that we should be back in full time. And I think I just want to caution folks to understand that while our goal may be to be back and in full time, the guidance for this year is that parents had an option to go full remote, and it is the school district's obligation. We don't have a choice in the matter to not provide that support and that education in a full remote model. Whether that's required of us moving forward into the next school year remains to be seen, but while some may think that should be no longer up to the public school to provide, that we are obligated to provide that, because that was the mandate from the state when they said you're going to give that option to your parents, and obviously a significant percentage of parents had sought that option. Also, there was a suggestion that perhaps we might be able to employ parents to work free as substitute teachers. And if I'm correct, Brian, I think that I appreciate folks' efforts to want to be able to do that. I think we're prohibited from having people work for the district for free. And we have to sort of meet contractual obligations, and we have to meet qualification obligations and hiring process stuff. But we are certainly willing to explore any avenue we can, but we are somewhat limited in terms of being able to have people in the district working.
If I can jump in there, though, we always have a need for paid substitutes and paid aides and paid cleaners. So while, and it is in some ways a cost saving, they obviously don't get paid the same as teachers get paid. But if there are people out there interested, please have them contact my office. We are always in need of that.
Yeah. And then the rest of the letter from Ms. Sprague, I think we've addressed sort of the goal is to be back in full time. We're working on that. And Brian, just in terms of the reconvening, probably the only other piece is that sort of recurs in some of the letters is the reconvening of the committees that had done the initial reopening plans for this year, and when you anticipate starting those committees up again to start looking ahead into the more nitty gritty of the fall.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I meant to mention that because I did see that as a common theme, and we will be bringing the committees back together. And some people have expressed some interest in, and we said, as things open and things change, we'll certainly bring them into the fold. But yeah, we'll be bringing them back together shortly. As I mentioned earlier, the guidance is coming out in early May, but we will probably do some preliminary work prior to that just to bring people up to speed. Hey, this is how far we've gotten. This is some of the research that we've done. This is what we're hoping that we can make happen under different circumstances. And then getting their input on those ideas, and then waiting for the guidance in the beginning of May, and that will help us to plan for the opening in fall. I would say that a lot of it depends on the Department of Health, both the state and local level, and the CDC's guidance, and the governor's office, and of course the Department of Education in regard to the 3 feet of social distance. That's going to be the game changer. And if that happens now, then we can respond much more quickly and get things in place for this year, and then also line things up for the opening of school.
And you said you're going to
September.
publish the parent survey tomorrow, you think?
Yeah, I should probably be able to get that out tomorrow, and I'm just looking at the final data. Like I said, we actually took a little longer to do it because we wanted to get as many responses as possible. And, we ended up with 93%, which is really great. And so that gives us a really good picture of what people are thinking. Like I said, it's 151, majority at the high school, 72, 50 at the middle school, and 29 at Parkdale. And then the remainder coming back in some full capacity. But I think what the public will find interesting is the comments, because there's a lot of interesting discussions and questions that people raise beyond the fact of which model we're going to come back to. And like I said, there's a number of people that, there's, I think, 60 comments on let's get back full time, like specifically around that. And then there's like 52 comments on let's stay hybrid, you know what I mean? Which I didn't anticipate. And so, but I think the comments are really telling. And it's very interesting that, people have a very broad perspective on this. And I think some people are assuming that everybody wants a certain model to happen. And I'll be honest, that's just not the case. Every family's situation is different. They're experiencing this in a different way. I've gotten numerous emails from families thanking me for what we've done, that the hybrid model has worked. It took them time to adjust, but now they say, hey, we're in our routine. It's working well. It's working for my children. And they're saying, I would like to stay this way for the remainder of the school year, although I want to come back full time. They eventually want to come back full time, but a number of people said, let's just ride it out, but ultimately our goal is to have kids here, right? That has to be our belief. I believe it is for all of us. We want kids back in the classroom as soon as it is safe to do so. And that's the feelings of our teachers as well. They want the kids back with them. It's hard. It's much more difficult to deliver instruction this way. They enjoy it far more when the kids are in their classroom. There's just no question about it.
I think the Holst in their letter raised a good point, though. I think we have continued on the agenda. We initially had the agenda item be the reopening plan back in the summer and the fall months, and then we transitioned into the hybrid model, mid to late fall. I think it's probably now time to change that agenda item to reopening full time. So I appreciate them bringing that agenda item language to our attention. We have been talking about the reopening plan for the last number of weeks, but I think it's important for us to change that agenda item title.
I agree.
Anybody else have questions as we're gonna move on in the agenda if nobody has anything else. All right. Any legislation? Any 3 feet legislation to come before the board?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. Is there any board member who wants to remove a consensus item from the agenda for separate discussion? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Jessica, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0.
Sorry.
Okay. We are on agenda item 13, item A. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education approve for a second reading board policy number 5633, gender neutral single occupancy bathrooms. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy, seconded by Terry. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item B.
Ms. Covert, if I can interrupt on item B, the title is correct. There is a mistake in the actual wording. It is a first reading of that policy. I believe it says second, or at least the last copy I had.
Gotcha.
Yep, okay.
Item B, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve for a first reading board policy number 3420, non-discrimination and anti-harassment in the district. May I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by John Seghetti, second.
Second.
Seconded by Kim Daniel. Discussion? Mark, why don't you just fill the board in on?
Yep. So basically what happened, and again, just to be clear, this is a first reading. We've had this policy on the books for quite some time, and we've also had the state policy on sexual harassment on the books. The last policy we adopted as a board, there was new federal policy on sexual harassment. What this does is it brings our policy on harassment and discrimination, which is different than sexual harassment and discrimination, but it brings those two policies in line. So it's just really wording updates to make sure that our policy on harassment aligns with our policy on sexual harassment at the federal level.
Any questions about that, folks? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item C, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education accept the resignation for the purpose of retirement of Lori Maharian, physical education teacher, effective June 30th, 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion? Does someone know how long Lori's been with the district? It's when she started with us, it's been a while.
She was there when I was there, so.
I know.
Yeah, you know what, I just want to thank Lori, for her years of service. I don't know that off the top of my head today, but we will as we celebrate it later in the year. And she came to see me with tears in her eyes, and she had been thinking about retiring for a number of years, and she told me that she knows now is the right time. But she had tears in her eyes when she said how much she's going to miss it and how much she's loved her career within the district. So I just want to thank her. She's done a great job, and we've always enjoyed working with her.
I'm optimistic we'll be in person in June for the retirement meeting.
10K.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item D, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the 2021-2022 school year calendar, as we talked about earlier. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Kim Daniel, seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item E, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the addendum to the district safety plan entitled East Aurora Union Free School District Continuation of Operations Plan. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Seghetti. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
7-0. Item F, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve of the resolution authorizing the May 18th, 2021 annual meeting, budget vote, and election of school board members. It's all as detailed in your agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica Armbruster, seconded by Terry Olweiler. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Our next board meeting is March 31st. We'll know on the 31st whether we need one for April 14th. There's a list of other upcoming meetings and workshops from ECASB. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Terry, second.
Second.
Seconded by John Saghetti. Discussion? Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Right.
Dennis, let me know.